Got a lesson today. I've got to make sure that I don't stream past it. So I'm setting an alarm for myself to make sure that we get that done at the right time. Okay. I'm gonna double check real quick to see if they're cool with having that lesson on stream, because that would be convenient. Okay, cool. Yeah, looks like they're good with that. Scooch that over. Okay. Stretch. Hello, Playful Doggo and Diamond Star and Half Elf. Gem, you told me Starburst doesn't lose. They hadn't lost when I said that. And Eclipse at Dusk. I lost so many channel points. Yeah, a lot of people probably lost channel points, okay? It's been a minute. And hello, Cryptic Spoon. Cryptic Spoon, for those of you who don't know, is one of the organizers behind Ink TV Resurgence League, which is what we are about to be watching. So, thank you so much for putting on the production so that we get to watch it. And hello there, Jake Groot and Retro Gamer. And it's Ivy and Woomy Quackity and Flavius Muss and Moo and Yippity and Spyburb and BS Matt and Quirky27 Live and Jules. Hello. And Alex and Jayla and Sai and I said Alex already. Yeah, okay, it was the same Alex. Yes. And Biggity Bolin. I called AR at Qualls. Ooh. The hard read. And Gracie and Gosu. It's Goshu, right? I think that's how that's pronounced. And Orange Kirby and Olivia. Why'd you start streaming right as I started school? I'm sorry that I didn't accommodate you in particular. My bad. And Moth Mage, hello. And Red Parasite and MMO Toaster. The broadcaster last night as well. Awesome. We need more broadcasters in the scene for sure. And Raspy. Seeing the talent lose their mind was a highlight. That's awesome. That's awesome. A cool thing happening in game is one thing, but a really good reaction to the cool thing happening, oh, that's so good. Like, to this, there's a really, really old combo that I had from Melee that I still show everyone, not necessarily because of the combo. I mean, the combo is pretty cool, but because the reaction that the people on the mic had to it was just, oh, so good, so good. And hello, Paracos, and Twilski, and Linen, and OxyClean.com. It is, in fact, me. And Sal. Oh, wait, that was one too many Sals. Sorry about that. I got that wrong. Only 6. And Nate. And Neko the Cat. And McMako Shark. Hello. And Robo. Hello. Wanted to commentate Squid stuff. It's so hype. Gonna be streaming. Oh, sweet. That sounds like a lot of fun. Glad you're getting into it. And welcome November wins Wombo Combo. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco. Oh, ah. I was in the Melee scene before Wombo Combo hit, and so I got to be there when Wombo Combo hit, and boy, that was nice. And hello, Wheatley the Moron. I also got to see it get picked up by Civ HD and later the greater League of Legends community, and I got to be all you know, hipster about it, like, well, I knew the Wombo combo before you guys did, so... What do you think they would need to do to Dapples to make them... if they give them a poking tool, now we're in business. Like, give Dapples like a burst bomb or something, and that's a little bit scarier of a weapon now. But it's still not even that bad. It's like the range and painting ability are definitely exploitable, but if it gets on top of something, it makes it dead. So... And hello, Lynx, Winters, and Phydro. And Sicarius just joined and you're making weird noises. Excellent, excellent. That's exactly the first impression I want everyone to have of me. And hello, Optic. Thanks for all your advice recently. Oh yeah, no problem, no problem. And hello, Arsenic Lips. Just gets outclassed a lot of the time. Yeah, it's like... it has been used at top level by Japanese players. Not so much in the West, but... yeah, it's like, it's on the cusp, I would say. The kits have not been helping it a lot at all. And hello, Hank. Mr. Squid School, what team are you choosing for Splatfest? I actually haven't done that yet, so I should go and do that so I can be earning the shells. But I'm going to be going Team Wisdom because, I mean, come on, it's Squid School, not Squid Military Academy, you know? Like, you gotta, right? There we are. Blue team rules! Excuse me. Anyway. I am a graduate of Squid Military. And let's grab the gotcha roll before I forget. Ooh, I got a tripod. Also, I think those little miniatures are called Squid Friends. I think they're like modeled after Furbies, but let me double check and confirm. But I believe that to be the case. No, wrong button. That was the like it's the equip menu, and it's the edit button, but then you have to press X to get that thing. It's this category, I think. Oh my god, there are so many of these things. Where are the Squid Friends? There they are. Yeah, they're all called Squid Friends. They stole that from me. That's definitely true. I'm not lying at all about any of that. Okay. There's even long Squid Friend. Whoa. Okay. Chat is full of Squid Friends. Indeed, indeed. Okay. But this is not what we're watching. We're watching this. So for those who don't know, Ink TV has been running a league with a whole bunch of top teams called the Ink TV Resurgence League. And it's been pretty solid production quality, and they played a really, really good match between Starburst and Alliance Rogue. And that's what we're about to VOD review here. So, spoilers, Starburst loses. Whoa. Okay, wait, we just jumped straight into it. Oh, wait, this is probably a highlight. Yeah, okay. So this is all... I really want to go in and watch all of the pre-show stuff, because that's going to be cool, but I can't analyze that as an analyst. I can't VOD review it, so we're going to go straight into it here. And so the format here is set play. They're going to be playing a best of 3 sets in a best of 3 modes. So they'll start off playing 3 games of Rainmaker. And whoever wins the best of 3 in Rainmaker, they get the point for winning Rainmaker. Then they're going to play a best of 3 in Clan Blitz, and so on into Splat Zones as the deciding one. So, let's see how this goes here. And that's been, the standard format that they've been running for all of their matches here. So, Museum, Undertow, and Hagglefish for Rainmaker. Can I reach the... Oh, wait, I've got M key. There we go. Okay. The way that this shows up on my computer, my mouse right here is on the taskbar, and you can't see that, but it covers up all of the controls when I full screen it. So thanks, Windows. Very, very helpful of you. Great full screen functionality there. So we're just gonna skip ahead. It looks like, okay, and here are the caster predictions. So this is like all of the talent that they've got on the mic, and you can see here, but Starburst versus Alliance Rogue. Starburst, 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 Starburst. We had Walkie, and we had Nox Raven, who actually pulled the wild card there and said that they thought Alliance Rogue was gonna get it. But Starburst hasn't lost in a long time against a Western team. Like, I can just say that. That is an accurate statement. I think at one point before one of the majors, Popgun went and did a bit of data analysis and found that Starburst had lost 19 games of Splatoon. I think it was 19. Like, not matches. It wasn't that they were losing sets. That they'd lost that many games of Splatoon since, like, launch. They have been the top team in the Western scene, and there's, like, nobody else that you can name who you could call that. So, needless to say, anybody beating them is an event. And I did see, I think it was Bran posting on Twitter saying that he felt that they weren't playing their best and that there were definitely some moments in the zones set in particular that they should have been able to take. So I want to look at that and see, you know, okay, maybe we can spot what it is that they felt they were not doing well. Okay, so comps first of all. Okay, here we go. Of course, shoot. Let's back up for a second. I need to be able to see. Man, their hair is sick. Anyway, what weapon? I hate that you can only go back and forth by 10 seconds at a time. So we're gonna have to wait just a second. Okay, so they've got Splash. I think that's Neo Splash. Yeah, it's more silver. Machine and Carbon versus... And then these we'll be able to see just on this screen here. So Starburst is running double Vanilla Splash. And then AR is running the Neo Splash with the Vanilla Splash. They've both got a machine. And then they're... Of course, you know, Volty is going to run Carbon Roller. Volty is a Carbon Deco one-trick. And then Ice is on the Sea-Jet. That's an interesting call. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, but thank you so much to Gleb for the donation. Hyped to be brought up to speed with the scene. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. It's very kind of you. So, I mean, Ice running... The three of them running Object Shredder, so they're going for the Rainmaker Shield Pop, which is pretty common. A lot of LDE here. They've got a lot of, like, paint that they're trying to spam between Biscuit and Ice. Sub power-up for the Toxic Mist. Maybe oh, you know, that's probably... Okay, so what they're probably trying to do is use the Toxic Mist to block off certain choke points. For example, on this map, you can't see my mouse. That's annoying. Is there a way I can do that? What does... where is my... There. What does this button do? Okay, well, we can fix this. We can fix this. Oop, oop, oop. There it is. And see, there's my taskbar down there. That's what actually is blocking the screen here. So we'll get that set up there. Oh, crap. And then we'll do this. And the reason I went to all of that trouble is because we'll just adjust it a little bit over here. And then that should be fine, even though it's a little bit too zoomed in. Now I can doodle on it. After I find the icon for Epic Pen, I'm very prepared. I'm great at this job. Okay. And here and here. Scribble, scribbles. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. So this spot right here is a major choke point. You either have to get the Rainmaker through here, or you have to get the Rainmaker over this jump. One of those two things has to happen in order for you to get to the first checkpoint. And I could definitely see the Toxic Mist being a really good option for closing that off. It's also going to be really annoying to try and push through if there's an Ink Storm there. So I could see this being a good use case for the C-Jet. I'm not sure how I personally like the idea of running C-Jet still, but we have definitely seen it be getting some use. And one nice thing about it is that it's really easy to flex onto. It's a really intuitive, easy playstyle to understand. You're just going to fill the map with paint, and then you're going to Ink Storm in the important spot, and you're going to, get something out of it that way. So I could see that working out. And Ice, for one thing, lots of Splatoon 2 experience. So they've played a lot of Jet Squelcher in particular. So they're going to be good on this main weapon at the very least. And so I could see this making a lot of sense for their team. I'll want to see, how it actually performs in the midst of a game to see, what I think of it compared to other options. But as far as cases where you would want to run a C-Jet go, this makes some sense to me. So let's just kill that, and now we'll be able to go back and forth as need be. And that should be a good way to handle this. 1 second, I need to get one other window up because I accidentally closed it in the midst of all of that shifting things around. There we go. Okay, we're set. So here we go. So they're rolling out, and I can pause with that. We've got one person rolling out on the right. Scar is going out here playing aggressively, trying to immediately... This spot on the right here is really strong for a machine because you've immediately got a ledge that you can hide under. So as long as you get there fast enough, look at what this did. This forced everyone who was trying to roll out onto this side of Plat to, drop down, back up. This has already disrupted their rollout quite a bit. And Starburst goes for opening pop. Here's the thing about opening Rainmaker pop on this map. The only thing that paints is the top of this spinner. That's it. You see, look down at the ground. There are all these gaps, right up next to the spinner. The walls are not painted. The floor down here is not painted except by what Starburst themselves have been doing, or, their shots that they were aiming at the Rainmaker. This didn't get them a lot of paint or a lot of special charge getting the pop here. So AR doesn't care about that. You look over here, and it's a little bit blurry, but you can see, Alliance Rogue player here, Alliance Rogue player here, Alliance Rogue player here. They were just forget the pop. We're going to go and charge at Starburst and try to force them into awkward positions. And Scar getting out here on the sloshing machine is going to help them a lot with that. So now look at this. They get Biscuit kind of bottled up down here because Biscuit had to drop down off the ledge into an area that wasn't really painted yet. And since Kiver already knew that this was the plan that they were going to go in with Scar, when, Biscuit runs away from Scar, they drop right on top of Kiver. Kiver gets the pick. And now Bagel and Bran are both cornered. They have nowhere they can go, and they aren't even in a position that's particularly relevant because the Rainmaker doesn't have to go this way. It has to go around this way or over the top. And so they're kind of neutralized right now. They're not in a great spot. Bagel's going to pop Crab from here, which is about the only thing that you can do from that position to get an impact. And they're trying to look it over, focus it over here on this side. Strikes immediately target that, and now Volty has got, it was Biscuit, I think, who's stuck in the, no, Biscuit was the first one who went down. So this would be Bran, who's down here in the corner. Volty's starting to target this. This is a situation I imagine the Carbon probably wins. Or not. Looks like Bran does actually win that one, so good job fighting from the corner. But they've still got an uphill battle, literally, to be able to get control of their own plat again. They might just grab and go for it. Wait, yeah, whoops. Spent a little bit too long focusing on that fight and lost the objective control there. So, good play from Starburst to be like, wait a minute. They're all on the right. Nobody's guarding their ramp. Let's just take it and go. And they go and grab it and actually dunk. So, despite having a really good opening rollout plan there, I think AR focus a little bit too much maybe on trying to control the right side. They don't have anyone really guarding the left, and that enables Starburst to kind of sneak through here. So really, really cool opening play there. Volty's just getting things thrown at him, so Volty's going to back up. But their presence here is going to make it so that Starburst has to advance more carefully. They know that there is a Carbon roller somewhere in this orange ink, but they don't know exactly where. So they're going to have to paint all of that orange ink right up until the point where they find the Carbon roller in order to be able to advance here. So it's got to be somewhat deliberate. I think one other really good thought behind bringing the C-Jet here, if they know that they're going to be playing against Volty, everyone knows that Volty plays Carbon. So paint is going to be really important. And being able to paint really safely from pretty far back using that C-Jet, that's going to be pretty valuable. Like, I'm thinking like a ballpoint, for example, is going to paint using its short range mode. And the short range mode is, really high DPS and everything, but you don't want to be fighting a Carbon at short range. You want to be hitting that from pretty far away. So I imagine that might play into their game planning here. Because, like, they know who they're going to be playing. They know they're playing against Alliance Rogue. They have time to prepare for that. So I have to think, I'm going to assume that the comps that they're building here are built, and the game plans that they're coming up with are built with the idea that they're going to be playing against these opponents in particular. Calling Biscuit and Bagel the breakfast duo. Yeah, I mean, the Starburst is a whole meal right there. You got Biscuit, you got Bran, you got a Bagel, and ice for the drink, I guess. They're all very edible. I guess I am covering up. Let's see if I can scooch it here, if that makes it better. I don't know. I feel like I might be getting in the way of some gameplay here, but we'll roll with this for now. Yeah, and Starburst is a candy, so you're right. Like, they're all... I don't think that's actually what the name is based on. I think they actually have, like, a picture of a star in their logo, but... Still, they're very edible. Go top left? Okay, I'll just, disembody myself and be this headless person. Or actually, no, this floating head. I am a bust. I am a statue that stops from the chest down. Yeah, we'll sit me down here. Anyway. So Ice looks like he just runs it forward from here. So we got Bagel poking around the right. Oh, okay, so the Ice picks up, and they're, about to start moving because they've got Biscuit out in front of it, and that's immediately when the Tri-Strikes come out. So the Tri-Strikes are going to force Ice probably more forward than he wanted to go, and they're able to actually catch him there. So Good use of the strikes there. It's a very tight corridor. So, you know, unlike some places on the map where you might just be able to move to another area of the map and avoid the strike, here it's such a closed off corridor that, like, you either go forward or you go back, you know? It's like the utility you get from a Booyah Bomb more consistently because the Booyah Bomb has a larger diameter. But here, again, because it's just a very narrow passageway, there's not much of an option right here. Either Biscuit is going to go in and be isolated, or Ice is going to go in with, and they're going to get stopped. So they push to 38. Good use of that special. Zuka's coming out on the left-hand side there from Volti. They don't have a lot of paint to be pushing up with right now anyway, so not a bad time to bust that out. Starburst is backed up considerably at this point, but they've got a Crab Tank coming out to maybe try and punish AR for moving forward at this point. Scar gets in, and good recognition from Bagel there that this is a position that the machine could theoretically hit shots from, that this is really dangerous, and so they just, like, they drop to avoid one shot, but then they have to ball up to avoid the other ones. And now Ice provides some cover fire here to keep Scar from being able to get the splat. Really good awareness from Ice there. And so in the meantime, you know, Scar went one way. It looks like Kiver went the opposite direction and went down. So, and I don't know what happened to Volti either. So that was like, I guess the main fight was actually elsewhere on the screen. Let's back up for a second and look at the map there. So yeah, look at AR's positioning right now. They've got a player here. Yeah, you can see my mouse. Okay. They've got a player here. They've got a player here, a player here, and a player here. So, like, opposite corners of the map right now. Now, I kind of get this player being here because there's a Crab Tank. And the Crab Tank would have an impact on this fight over here if it wasn't being pressured. So I think Scar is honestly playing this really well right here, because it's taking both Ice's attention and the attention of the Crab Tank away from this engagement over here. But it does mean that AR is a little bit split up. So it looks like, okay, someone goes down in the corner over here, and then someone was coming in to try and help them, but now they're isolated and they go down there. So little bit of miscoordination there from AR, I would say. You know, I don't dislike Scar's play in particular, but I think that the two who were fighting over here were operating a little bit too far away from each other to really be able to help each other, and they kind of just got picked off one by one. They got isolated. So Scar, that's a good trade. Like, that's something that you can't really complain about as Alliance Rogue here. If Scar can't, like, you know, get to safety somewhere, at least they can slow the push down by making this fight happen in an irrelevant corner of the map. Because now, you know, Starburst could have been up to this point here on the... I'm not pointing at the map, I'm pointing at the area underneath the map. They could have been up this far on plat right now, but because they had to fight Scar, and Scar drew them in this direction, now they have to take the fight over here, and the numbers advantage didn't change as a result of that. Now, a trade is not ideal for AR, necessarily, because that does mean that the status quo of Starburst having the numbers advantage is maintained. But, like, if you're gonna go down, this is the way you want to go down in that situation, by drawing them to another corner of the map and getting a trade for your trouble. Okay, Crab Tank up here on top mid of Spinner. This is really standard. This is a really strong position for it. We've been seeing this forever. It comes around the right side to clear that. Volti dives in but doesn't get anything, and now he's going to have to circle all the way back around if he wants to get in. This is a great opportunity for Starburst, and this is beautiful timing to have a Booyah Bomb be going off. And they're just going to dive it in for points. They don't have anyone out in front because there was the Crab Tank on the right and there was the Booyah Bomb on the left, and so nobody was actually going to be able to, like, swim forward and paint for it. But 22 is not a bad push. Like, that's something that can absolutely win games. So they're not complaining about that at all. Now, Volti is starting to come in behind them, and we'll see what happens with that. It does look like Ice has already gone down. Can they trade it back? No, Ice was the Rainmaker carrier. What am I saying? It looks like Volti didn't get anything from that flank. Scar, so, okay. So Volti, I'm assuming this is Volti. Volti gets scared back. And now, okay, when they aggress on Volti, Scar is able to come in and catch Bagel. So that was actually good skirmishing from Volti there. The threat of Volti flanking did enable AR to get a pick off of this. And, oh man, Scar missed one shot right there that definitely would have gotten the pick. It's unfortunate for them. So they've got Volti, who's going to jump over from top mid to try and flank here, or Shark underneath the ledge here. Volti being down here below the ledge isn't nothing, you know, if Volti has to drop, because then Starburst doesn't have that area to retreat to, or if they clear out the plat, they still have to be worrying about what's underneath the ledge. So I think that's decent positioning. Oh, and it's also an open sightline for the Trizuka. That too. But the Crab Tank does get a couple members there. AR is not going to make it to this pedestal. Good defense from Starburst. You're seeing their resources come in at the right time there. So far, this is looking, you know, pretty Starburst favored. Still about half the match to go, but they're definitely holding it down. Trade with the Rainmaker stops it, but, I mean, honestly, Starburst is happy to just have the Rainmaker be here, because this is an awkward place for AR to go in and get it. Like, look, they're leaving the Rainmaker shield alone. They don't really care that much about pushing it anymore. They've got a lead, and it's a decent lead. It's a lead they can probably win with. They could just spend their time chasing AR away from it. So Volti gets tracked down there. And they're fine with that. Like, now they'll go after the shield. You know, it's not like they're not going to push it ever. They just don't need to push it quickly. They don't need to, like, rush it. They don't need to be hasty about it. So Bagel's just over here painting for special, trying to get that Crab Tank. And I think AR spots that and catches Bagel, you know, getting a little bit too close to the ledge there. Bagel's like, nobody's dropping down to fight me. I can take this extra paint. And Scar's like, actually, I disagree. So the Booyah Bomb goes out over here, and it looks like the call from AR is to focus on this player on the left. Because there were two on the right and one on the left side of this Booyah Bomb, and so one of them is probably getting forced over to this side, and so they're going to try and chase that down. But they end up not finding them. Okay, so it looks like maybe an Expo shot from a Crab Tank or something goes over the side here and catches Bran. Maybe a Burst Bomb from the Carbon. Whole fight happens down there. Biscuit drops for a trade. I'm going to look at the map here. Okay, so it looks like Biscuit dropped far right and came up behind them. Like, dropped out here and came to this spot. And now we see a 2-for-1 trade there. So AR is down a player at this point. 3v2 situation. It's just Scar and Volti. And Starburst is going to try coming back in. Scar gets a Burst Bomb thrown behind and is forced forward and is just going to lose the 3v1 there. The 1v3, I guess I should say. Good pick from Ice. Yeah, this is looking like business as usual right now for Starburst. Like, this does not seem like a team that's going to lose this game, at least. The Booyah Bomb is out, and, like, the point of... So let me take a look here for a second. So, okay, I think this Booyah Bomb here... It's used partly in response to being threatened by the Rainmaker shots to just keep Scar alive. It's also used in part because right before this gets used, there were a bunch of players from AR that were down, and holding the Booyah here slows down Starburst's push long enough for the rest of AR to get in. Thing is, it looks like Bran is popping a Crab Tank, and Starburst doesn't need to push, so... This is going to, you know, get their teammates in, but they're probably going to have to throw this pretty soon because they're going to start getting threatened by the Crab's rapid-fire shots. Or maybe not. Maybe there's not enough range there. Or it just wasn't being looked at? Oh, the Booyah actually gets ice. That's surprising given how much warning there was. Maybe their feet got painted or something. But okay, minute left. Volty sharking around, trying to get after Biscuit here. Gets the double burst bomb. Come back to try and get Bran, and they find Bran. Okay, some good sharking there. Oh, and the Zuka gets ice. A triple for Volty. Oh my god, Volty. Okay. That's huge. And now Volty is on their plat. They've got Rainmaker. They're going to be able to dunk here. Can they get any more? They are 2 down. Like, the checkpoint is huge, don't get me wrong, but they probably wanted to be able to continue that, and I just don't think that's happening here. I think Starburst stabilizes from this point. Going down to that bomb isn't great from Ice. They still have 3v2. So we see here, you know, that's where the Toxic Mist is getting used. I talked about how that was going to be used earlier, and, like, we've been seeing that, you know, pretty much every time Ice is in position. I just haven't been, you know, mentioning it because we already talked about it. Ah, okay, so this is a clever bomb placement. So what they did was they put a suction bomb right on the other side of this pillow. So, like, look at the yellow pillow right underneath right now. Look at what Ice can see. The bomb goes in right there, and that's the one warning that Ice had that was there. But if you miss it there, then where else can Ice see it? So it's like, there was a burst bomb that went out, and then there's this. So once that's, you know, not on your screen anymore, you don't see it. Until right here where it blows up. And he's already moving away from it, but it's too late. So trade goes down after that. AR has advantage. Oh, but Brand's great job of stalling there, grabbing the Rainmaker, just dropping it off the plat. Because now Alliance Rogue has to get this all the way back up and around the ramp, or all the way back up the top mid and jump it over after popping it again. And that's just enough time for Starburst to completely respawn and get back into the game. So smart play there. So Scar starting to harass that top right and gets punished really hard for that by Bran. Bran going to be able to drop in over the top and get Gray because there's nobody defending that backside now. But somebody else went down here for Starburst. On the right-hand side, Volty gets... okay, Scar goes down. And then, oh, Kiver actually gets Biscuit, is what happens there. Volty's back here. So Kiver getting that play keeps this alive. They don't have to run it that far from here. Scar picks up, and they're just going to go for it. I'm not sure. They got close, but I was looking at that like, I feel like we need more pressure to be able to make this happen. I don't know. I guess maybe they didn't think they were going to find a better opportunity, and so they just took the opportunity they had instead of stalling out and maybe not having a better one later. I don't know. Tough spot, but definitely closer. I think the big thing there was just, at some point, Volty got a quad. If you can just, like, occasionally get a quad, sometimes that's all that your team needs, because one opportunity that's that big at top level is something that you can definitely snowball. And so maybe that's what happens here. You know, you just wait for that one moment where the carbon roller gets to pop off, and then you try to play off that and snowball that as hard as you can. And that's the idea. But for now, Starburst holds on, if by the skin of their teeth. And we've got Undertow Rainmaker coming up. So Alliance Rogue switches one of the Neo Splashes onto a Vanilla Splash. And then Starburst switches from... they've probably switched the players around. I imagine it's probably Ice on a Splash at this point, but they've put somebody on the Tri-Nouveau here instead of having a Sea Jet. So yeah, this is... they didn't actually show the map thing that they did before, but... Okay, so it's Bran who's on the Tri-Nouveau. I would think it's Biscuit, I think, who's going to be the machine player. Yeah, because that's Bagel popping a crab tank, so yeah. Okay, so let's look at this opening engagement now that I've figured out the comps. Oh, they did show it. I must have skipped it. I'm silly. And hi, Jamie. Kiver me timbers, oh my god. Okay, we've got double crab, so Starburst pops one crab, and that's up on Snipe, and that'll clear out this left-hand side, making it so that when Bagel pops the crab on the right-hand side, it's not going to get flanked. Ice gets scared away by Scar here. But Scar can only stay in for so long before the pressure collapses on them. Look at the paint control here from Starburst. Like, it's just all green in mid. And that's going to make it really difficult for Volty to be able to do anything. Volty's just going to have to burst on their feet and get away. And so, without, a lot of pressure forward, with all the choke points being clogged by crab tanks, which Starburst was able to get out and get into impactful positions before Alliance Rogue was, they now have the ability to move into mid. I don't know that they pick up right here. They'd probably swim around it and look for fights. Yeah. Now they pick up because they've got a fight win there. Kiver does trade back here. If Ice can't win that, then they might be down in numbers. But Bagel's had time to at least run it forward this far. Doesn't actually get the checkpoint, though. So, good counterplay there from Kiver. Seeing as soon as they move through mid here, what's about to happen, Kiver just darts in right here, spotting the opportunity, and commits to this fight right here. Makes it worth it. And I think ends up getting Ice in the process. Do they just disengage? Yeah, they just disengage. Ice is here and Kiver's here. Nobody splats anybody, even after they got on top of each other like that. That's interesting. Okay, so Kiver pops a crab tank. It doesn't look like anyone's even trying to poke their heads up in this direction, so that might have been a little bit early. Booyah gets thrown at the Starburst crab tank to try and decrease its utility. Gray gets the crab tank out now, and so now it's Alliance Rogue's turn to take over mid. Starburst has not got a lot of their resources yet. Scar tries to clear this out, but Ice is going to hunt him down from behind. Yeah, a little bit of, I don't know. Scar hit Ice there, I think, and didn't notice. Because then Ice just gets to come in from behind. But meanwhile, we've got a Trizuka-assisted push up the left-hand side. Gray's actually going in, it seems kind of alone there. Oh, no, they back up with the Rainmaker. Maybe they were trying to bait out resources. Maybe that's the idea. Because if you know that the enemy team's got like a Booyah Bomb ready to go to clog up that choke point, like you don't want to just hard commit in there with the Rainmaker right away. Maybe the idea is like you start running the Rainmaker as if you're about to go for the goal, and then right as the resource gets popped, you just back up and be like, haha, you wasted a Booyah Bomb trying to get me. You kind of dangle the Rainmaker out there as bait, because it's not the most kosher idea, the most orthodox idea to like go in there and try to put the Rainmaker on the pedestal without frontliners going up in front of you. So maybe they're putting the Rainmaker out there like, oh, hey, I'm out of position, I'm isolated, you better go for me. And then, oh, just kidding, I'm not going to get hit by your Booyah Bomb. Maybe that's the thinking. But I don't know. I'd have to talk to one of them to hear exactly what the thought process was there. But right now, with two players going down, with Scar getting blindsided and somehow, Volty went down. Can we see how that happens? Where is Volti? Volti's on the far right. Oh, okay. So Ice and Bran tag team to get Volti right there. They probably just like accidentally painted and found them. And so now we get to go in and splat the Rainmaker carrier. Kiver gets a good trade back. Kiver is really good in these kinds of scramble situations where you don't have all of your team there, but you get an opportunistic chance to get a splat and get away cleanly. Kiver's really good at sniffing those out and kind of mitigating disadvantages and creating faster advantage states for the team. Very, very slippery. Nice pick from Volti there, using the ledge. Crab does end up trading back. Oh, and they stop Gray from dunking. That's going to slow this down substantially. In fact, it's going to stop it unless Scar can pull this off somehow. Yeah, no. Not with 2 players and a Crab looking at you. There's definitely... So, what Scar is trying to do here, you know, they recognize that the Crab tank is here, and so notice how they back up behind this wall. This takes Bagel out of the fight, basically. This makes it so that Bagel can't hit back. And so it makes it so that for the time being, it's a 1v1 between Scar and Bran. Problem is, we also have Biscuit diving into this fight, and so Scar doesn't get the chance to try and win that. But that's the way that you play a 1v2 if you have to. You use cover to make it so that one of the players can't hit you, and then try to win the 1v1 instead. ETV posted replay codes. Cool. That might be... Given that we're not really doing too much to listen to the commentary here, that might be the way to look at it. I don't know. I'll probably stick to this for now, just because... You know, I'm citing my sources. And also because we do have the map screen here, so I can at least look and see where players are on the map, which is nice. Like, I like that they have this here. But that's good to know. Okay. So we reset, we're setting back up for a push. Nobody's really scored anything meaningful right now. A push that doesn't even get first checkpoint is very, very unlikely to win the game. So they're just playing this like it's neutral. They're playing this like, we can take our time, we can wait for our opportunity. They took about as much space as they probably could for how far back they were pushed in their base after they won the fight. We lose Bran there, so that's going to set them back substantially. They do have Tacticooler, so Bran's going to be back in soon. Yeah, Bran's already there on the left-hand side, so that pick literally didn't matter. And I think AR knew it. They're popping a Crab here, but they're not really trying to just, like, dive in, create a ton of pressure right now. Because Tacticooler... And there we go. Bran comes right back in, gets 2, just Volti up, and they're going to go for the quick right side checkpoint. They get the dunk here. Given this situation where it's 2v1 for Starburst, it's not the easiest thing in the world for them to continue off of this push. They've got... one person who's going to have to pick up the Rainmaker, and then that leaves like a 1.5v1 against the one remaining player. They're probably pretty likely to get splatted for dunking, and then they're only going to have one player left. So what they might be thinking here is, well, we're probably not going to be able to push it that much further after the checkpoint. Let's just go for the checkpoint that's quick and easy to get, and then we'll set up for another push that goes further later. They could also be thinking that maybe they can get set up on the right-hand side and push through there. Like, it's not unheard of, even for top teams, to go for that. But it is definitely harder, because you have to go uphill on an unpaintable ramp where the enemy team has a ton of high ground around it. Not ideal. You don't see people go for that too often when they can help it, which is why we've seen all of the teams be pushing left so far. So my thinking here is they're just like, let's get the quick checkpoint and call it a day and back up and reset from there. Because it is substantially faster to get to that first checkpoint on the right than it is to push all the way to the left. Like, it's just not as far forward. Ooh, Volti sneaking in there. So, like, they get to the edge here, and this is something that, like, you want to be able to do with sharking weapons, is use the ink that's already there. If Volti starts just, like, flailing around like crazy and swinging the roller all over the place, they're going to get spotted out. So they don't. They just use the ink that's already there, get as far forward in that as they can, and you'll notice, like, they're in range of this crab tank if the crab tank has any clue that they're there, which how would it? And then notice also they use this Rainmaker shot to smoke screen their approach. So Volti's going to jump up right when this explosion is happening. Notice you can't see through this explosion. This explosion, just for, you know, however long it's on screen, is making it difficult to see Volti. So Bagel still has no idea that Volti's behind him until that happens. Thank you so much for the membership, Teraby fan. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it. And it's like, that's really cool, but that's also the only way that the Carbon gets in. So you're going to see a lot of that sort of thing from Carbon players. You're going to see a lot of, like, using the ink that's available to shark their way in so that they don't have to reveal themselves by firing shots. And that's part of the reason why this weapon doesn't paint very much. It's not just that the weapon itself has a low paint output, which it does, but it's also that it has to spend its time, instead of painting, like swimming really close to get up to someone, and during none of that time was it actually putting any paint on the ground. So that's, you know, as cool as that is, it's also just kind of pretty standard. It's something you've got to do to make that weapon work. Okay. So I like what Starburst are doing here with their defensive perimeter here. They're probably going to, yeah, the checkpoint's going to get taken, but they're just clogging up everything right in front of it with hitboxes. And Ice comes in from the flank on the left side. They get a little bit more probably than Ice maybe wanted them to, but this is still a pretty tame push. This is something they can definitely beat. So if we look on the map here, we'll see the words broke through the checkpoint are getting right over the top of it. So watch the bridge, the Great Bridge here carefully. And what we're going to see, I think this is Ice. One of these two is Ice. And they're going to come down around the U bridge here, drop in behind the enemy team so that now there's people coming from this angle and there's people coming from this angle. Yeah, there Ice goes. And we'll see this player go down first. Boom, like that. And so that's where that play comes from. This is something that, as a frontliner, you definitely want to be considering. As a team, like, you're losing out on potential pressure if you're not sending at least one person behind on this angle right here on Undertow Rainmaker. Like, if you put all of your defenses right in this one direction, in this straight line, there's less defensive utility there than if you're also sending someone around from the backside and forcing someone to look behind them. So Gray picks up and just goes for points at that juncture, hearing flank, 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 and that he probably can't really do anything about the flank in time. Ice gets in here. Volti is able to trade back to Biscuit. A few missed shots there from Ice. Not, you know, a huge deal, but again, probably could have made it just a little bit further, just defended a little bit more cleanly. Not the end of the world. This is the kind of, you know, Starburst is a very resilient team. They're a team that can make small mistakes and still, you know, stick to their game plan, keep their momentum, and go on to win it. So, but it's, you know, little things like that which, like, in some cases that actually can make the difference between, you know, let's say that Starburst pushes to 46, right? If Starburst pushes to 46, then Ice is hitting himself about not quite hitting the shots in time. Ice is in some trouble here because Volti... Okay, what probably happened there was Volti showing themselves. Let me see what this looks like from Ice's perspective here. It looks like Volti showed themselves behind Ice, and Ice is like, I do not want to get ganked over here. Starts moving forward. Is coming back because of the crab tank. Backs up. Okay, so it sounds like... I don't think Ice saw anything based on the camera angle. I think what's happening is Ice is hearing that there is a fight on the right-hand side, and knowing that that probably means someone can get on top of him quickly, he retreats to the high ground over here so that it takes a little longer for Volti to get on top. But... doesn't stay there for too long because he got the don't retreat sign. Don't retreat means that the timer is ticking down 3 times faster than it normally would. So you can't stay up there for too long. It's just, long enough to check to make sure that the right side is safe, and then Ice is going to drop it back down and start trying to push the left again. And the Zuka just comes out from there, gets the Rainmaker. Not a super difficult shot with them being up there with very little cover to work with. Volti starts to go in, realizes someone has high ground over them, and backs up. It looks like that's kind of a common counterplay option that Starburst is using to deal with the Carbon. That I mentioned this in the tier list video. The Carbon Roller has short enough range that, normally with something like a roller, a bucket, you really like ledges because you can hit up over the top of them and hit the people who are standing on them. But with the roller, sometimes, the Carbon Roller specifically, sometimes it's so short range you can't even really hit that far up over the ledge. And people are relatively safe. They can kind of just back up and do the same thing that you would to use the ledge defensively normally. So here, Volti is just forced to kind of back up and reposition. Just going to slow down the offense from AR a little bit. But it's not the offensive AR that really matters here if they just decide to play for their lead. It's on Starburst to make a push through mid here, and they really have not been super successful in doing that. The one push they did get that got them to 60 was just like a push where they went over to the right side and immediately died. They haven't really been able to get up the left-hand side very much at all so far. Maybe it's because the crab tanks are helping them secure mid, but then AR is just backing up a little bit and making it really difficult to get through the bottom left. And it feels like, I don't know if Starburst is scared to go in there, or if the double crab just doesn't lend itself to being able to move that way. Oh, they're going this way. They're going right. That'll get them wiped by a single crab tank, so that should be the game. I don't think they come back from that. Like, they have to just hold forward to get to the Rainmaker at all. And that is exactly what Scar would love. Yeah, 2 for 1? That... yeah. So... let's look at this push at the end for Starburst and think, how do they play this? So they grab the crab tank. They don't get a pick with it. Kiver just retreats to the back there. They don't really have anybody moving in. They've got Brand moving up to, like, that position. They grab so that they have control of it here. They throw a Booyah Bomb, but there's no one to go in with a Booyah Bomb yet. So they hold it until Biscuit can try and get in there and Brand can try and get in there. Man, that's just a brutal triple there from Kiver. Really, really good job on... because notice, Kiver is the one who's targeted by this crab tank initially. Like, we have to go a little bit further back here. So Kiver's right there. Kiver actually gets hit by that first Expo shot and then runs away. But because Kiver stays alive, he has a crab tank ready to go. We'll see that in the upper right here, this tick up. And it's Kiver's crab tank that ends the game. So Kiver has the crab, and you'll notice the special just lit up, and now he's seeing the Booyah Bomb, and he's just backing away. There was one burst bomb to keep his distance, but notice how he's got all of this painted defensively, too. Part of that is, painting for the special, but part of that is He's painting this so that if someone tries to rush in at him, he's going to see that before they get anywhere near. And he's like throwing this burst bomb because even though that gives away his position, it makes it so that like this spot of ink is not somewhere that someone can hide in. That if someone's going to get into range, he's going to know. And at this point, he can just back up on the ramp, use the high ground with the crab tank, and the left side is completely cut off because he's seeing that they're starting to come this way. So again, really good awareness, really good survivability there from Kiver, and that's something that he's always been known for. All right. So this brings us to the deciding game of Rainmaker, because it's 1-1 now. And hello to Dylan and to welcome. So let's see. We've got same exact comp from Alliance Rogue. Again, they've dropped the Neo Splash in favor of the V Splash here, and then looks like Starburst went back to their comp from Museum, where they've got the C-Jet instead. So it may be that they're going to swap the C-Jet and the Tri-Nouveau depending on modes and what they like on each one. I need to change my username. And hello, Chaluna. Ooh. Okay. Should be good. Yeah. Same, basic builds and ideas I think I'm seeing there. So here they do actually compete pretty heavily over the pop, and Starburst with their 3 object shredders is going to get it. This is a much more meaningful pop than either of the previous 2 maps, because the paint will actually paint all of mid. On Undertow, it paints like one side of mid a little bit, kind of. And on Museum, like we talked about, it only paints the top of the spinner. But here, Starburst's ability to pop is going to matter a lot more, and they get it. Scar sneaking in, and it looks like someone spotted them out, so Biscuit's trying to look for them. But Scar's already in a more advanced position. And they're able to actually box Starburst out here. This is not an easy position to play with this many people looking at you. But Scar is aware of where all the threats are and is positioning to defend himself from them when he needs to. So like right now, he's getting the players on the side away from that angle, knowing that Ice is going to take a minute to be able to splat if he does. But then when Ice starts finding his shots, Scar turns his attention to Ice, having put himself up against the wall where the others can't reach him. So, like I was talking about before, where you try to box players out of the fight so that you have 1v1s instead of, 1v2 or 1v3, Scar's doing a really good job of that here. And that's making him a pain in the butt, because Starburst tried to move over to the left to collapse on that, but now that they've done that, look at where Volty is on the map. Very close to the middle here, and gets splatted because Starburst just kind of converge and ignore Scar. So now they drop down and get Scar. Okay, great job from Starburst there to recognize that players were isolated. Rotate over to each of those fights one by one and win them one by one. When I talk about take one fight at a time, that's what Starburst just did. They decided, okay, Scar's wedged in there, but he can't chase us. He can't follow us any further because he has to make the jump to do that, and that takes time. So they rotate all of their frontliners over to where Volty is trying to help with this. They take Volty out, which happens there, and then they rotate everyone over to the left. Notice nobody's trying to engage Scar right now. Ice is skirmishing so that Scar has a reason to stay here, maybe, to make it so that Scar can't, jump across and get involved in that other fight. But Ice is not engaged. Ice is not committed in this. And now that they've beaten Volty, they're going to rotate everyone over to the left to go after Scar. And they do end up catching Scar. They get the feet painted, Bran gets in there, and now they're going to try and snowball from here. They've got a crab in mid. They're going to just rotate it to the left immediately because they've already dropped 2 people down in there, and so it's going to be the safer push. But Kiver's able to get in and trade. And again, those scramble situations, that's where, we see Kiver doing his best work, is able to trade the Rainmaker, and this is going to take it, significantly longer for Starburst to be able to dunk here. Do they even get it? They don't get it because we sneak another player in. We sneak Volty in behind. So Biscuit's going to keep trying to pop and is going to keep going for it. No, they're not even going to get to go for it. So great scrambling there from AR. Like, these trades with the Rainmaker, I won't say that I advise trading with the Rainmaker in every single situation ever, but trading with the Rainmaker is very often a really good play because you're seeing how long it takes to repop the Rainmaker after it goes down. There's some lag time after the Rainmaker gets splatted before the shield even appears. Then you have to splat the shield, and not every weapon is great at doing that. And then you have to swim up to the Rainmaker and pick it up to be able to keep making progress. And in that time, someone on your team probably came back up, even if your team was wiped. So, good defense there from AR. They've got a crab tank in position now, so Starburst is going to have to back up unless they want to use specials to contest it, and they don't have any. And Scar's right back here into this corner. This doesn't go as well. It looks like Scar is just getting a little bit too eager to get over there, and is letting this angle right here get used. Before, it was Ice that was up here with the C-Jet. C-Jet doesn't have the same stopping power that a Splash does. But with the Splash up here, Scar just dies right away because the aim is, accurate. Not that the Jet is inaccurate, but it's less accurate. The aim is accurate, and it's a much faster killing weapon. Bagel just commits to that, gets the pick, and now AR is 1 down, and they're going to have to back up a little bit. Volty also gets caught on the left-hand side. Starburst has been putting a lot of pressure on the left specifically. That seems to be the way that they're trying to play here. Ooh, that's a good crab angle. I never thought to use it that way. But, that is right over the top of all of the cover from a relatively safe place, considering that everyone's going to be focusing on the far left side. I guess there's still the flank from right that you have to worry about, but that sees a lot of the AR defense. I like that. So, good pick there. Then Volty's going to go down because they're diving into a... See, this is where I don't so much like the charge in and, one at a time kind of defense idea. Because if you can get on top of the Rainmaker, it's a good plan. But right now, they're not getting on top of the Rainmaker. Volty's not getting through. There's a crab there. There's someone painting defensively. It's a very narrow choke point. There are just only so many ways in. And they're just continuing, Gray dives in to try and get it. At this point, this is feeding and staggering. This I don't like so much. Now, if Kiver can win this, then they've maybe got a foothold, yeah. Because one thing that you always have on defense is that once you get the Rainmaker carrier, you've not only stopped the objective, but the enemy team is another player down. And that's a relatively easy pick as long as you can get through the defenders. But that's a pretty nasty push that Alliance Rogue is going to have to beat. It's really well played by Starburst. And so something, that I talk about frequently is look at how, so they get this 1 pick, right? And they're going to snowball that pick. At no point in this push is Alliance Rogue going to recover from the numbers advantage that they end up as a result of that pick. So first Volty goes down because there are more players on Starburst than there are on AR, and they can rush a lot of people up the left-hand side and not be, diminishing their protective perimeter around the Rainmaker. So they force Kiver out of there, and Bagel is keeping Kiver and Gray at bay and actually ends up getting enough damage that Bagel is able to get Gray, and then Biscuit is able to go in and get the trade, or get the give Bagel the assist on Kiver. And then some extra damage is able to catch Scar when Bran goes up there and gets the crab tank going. So, they're taking this numbers advantage, but then procuring themselves more numbers advantages. And AR is kind of feeding into this, because up until this point, making those solo plays on the Rainmaker has worked. But now Starburst has successfully set up this defensive perimeter where I'm talking about you make it so that if you enter the zone where you can attack the Rainmaker, you're already getting shot by something. And they're already getting shot by these crab tanks. So it is only here once Kiver is able to get this successful shark that starts from behind the Rainmaker, behind the Rainmaker goal, that they're actually able to get on top of the Rainmaker carrier. Because at that point, there's only so much further forward the frontliners can even go to help flush that player out and find them. So, well played by Kiver individually. They end up getting the 2 players for nothing fight win there, and that gets the team back into the game. But there are definitely a lot of teams that would have just lost the game right there. Like, that took Kiver being a top player to get them back into this. So, Brand goes down, and so Gray, trying to snowball, pops the crab tank here. Doesn't really have a lot that they're going to be able to do with that crab tank. Doesn't get a lot of value out of it. It looks like they shoot the right-hand side to try and pretend they're going that way, but then they rotate over here. If you can get someone to commit, yes, the defending team can rotate faster than the attacking team can get over there, but you might be able to catch them in rotation. Their positions might be more visible if you play it that way. Because, like, look, Bran and Bagel are already, like, all the way over here on the left. But now we know where they are. We send Kiver in. Kiver gets Bagel. So that's the utility of that rotation. It's not that you as the attacking team are going to be able to just go over there faster. That might work in solo queue where people don't have the level of awareness that they do in this game. But even if someone was, like, tunnel visioned, focused just on one, like, 1v1 that they were taking, the call is going to go over on the comms. They're moving right. They're moving right. And everyone's going to rotate at that point. So, all right. So they get the dunk, which is progress. But Kiver has since gone down to something. Looks like Bran trades that back successfully. Yeah, Bran knows where Kiver is, in part because Bagel's probably got Kiver on the kill cam and is telling them what side they're peeking. And there's right side peek advantage to Bran here, so Kiver kind of gets caught there. Kiver's probably going to the left side, anticipating that Bran is going to think he's going to go right. But then Bran just catches him on the weak side, and he's like, well, guess I'll die. All right, so it looks like AR is choosing to kind of back off from this. Stall out maybe, but they don't have a lot going for them yet. Oh, actually, Volti's getting in with this Booyah Bomb. Yeah. No, nothing going on there. And they've already lost the Rainmaker back to mid anyway. So then we get a flank play coming out here. There's a little bit, I think, of disconnect here. I guess maybe Kiver was trying to get in on the right for a sneaky play, but then they end up just sending a bunch of Starburst out on the left-hand side. It looks like once the Rainmaker goes back to mid, Starburst is like, okay, well, they're still on right. If we just charge through mid, we can cut them off from getting back to the Rainmaker and, have their back or have their side or something like that. And Kiver ended up being the first player who they ran into, and this looks like a panic crab to me here, like, oh crap, wait, there's someone here. And Bran just gets the pick immediately before anything gets used from that. Volti sneaks in here. Doesn't seem to know where Bran is, or maybe not to care. Scar's going in. Again, a little bit of... it feels like a little bit of a disconnect there between some of the members of AR about what fights they're trying to take, but Scar is able to trade, so not the end of the world. Volti tries to go in, does not hit the damage, and Bran is able to punish. Carbon is, I will say, a mechanically intensive weapon. Like, there are people who may feel like, oh no, it's just the mash your face on the controller option. If you miss a single shot, you are going to die. And it's not as lenient as something like a Tri-Slosher, which has a little bit more range, a little bit wider of a spread. Like, you kind of do need to know your ranges and be able to hit your shots. And it's not so much that it's is more difficult to hit shots than it is on any other weapon, but it is more punishing when you do miss. So definitely, you know, a little bit more difficult than I think some people will give it credit for. As we see, you know, a top player miss their shot and just get insta deleted for it. So Crab out here in mid again. And this time it gets value. Again, hitting the Explo shots through this little window here is really nice. But they're going to get countered here by Brands. Surprised they were able to get away with that. Brand had a bunch of shots on them, and they're lucky to be alive. Ooh, beautiful beautiful little play there from Kiver to set up this corridor here for the Rainmaker to move in. They shifted all of Starburst out of this side of the map. Shoot, I'm looking the wrong way. They shifted all of Starburst from the right side of the map to the left, and that created a corridor for the Rainmaker to make it in. And if all they needed was 35 to get lead, then this would have been great, but there's really no follow-up past this, and it's going to get stopped from the high ground, so feels a little bit rushed. If they were able to keep everyone else alive and maybe have a push that they could continue from there, I don't know. It feels like they need a slower push than this kind of fast break sort of idea before they're really going to be able to get anything going here, before they're going to be able to get lead. Like, Starburst does not care that they got to 35. 35 is a completely irrelevant push. Until Alliance Rogue gets to 12, a push does not matter. Or until a push gets the Rainmaker into a position where they're able to continue it and get to 12. And that's not what happened there either. So, I don't know. Going for the fast break feels like a bit of a little bit impulsive, I guess. Impulsive idea. They're not getting anything out of that. So Crab goes out and gets Volty. That's a good pick there. They spotted Volty coming down the switchback, and getting back up the switchback takes a long time, and it's a long time that's going to be spent in Crab tank range. So second Crab gets staggered in here now that the first Crab is nearly done, and they're starting to try and force people up into the right-hand side, but they've got the Rainmaker on left. One would imagine here that what Starburst is thinking is to maybe have the Rainmaker on left, especially since they've been pushing that way the whole time, but then rotate it over to the middle once the defense has, you know, shifted to try and fight it on the right, and the actual main body of Starburst has come in from the middle, from the right side. But Booyah Bomb interrupts all of those plans, and they're just going to back up. And Starburst is perfectly happy to just hold the Rainmaker in this area right here. Like, if Starburst just runs out the clock, but they're down here in this trench, like, that's really difficult for AR to get it out of. So AR is, you know, forced to make the aggressive play here. And we see here, there's some paint being put out there. AR is going to make that paint look like they're just painting to paint. But you see, they're actually putting paint a little bit further forward, bit by bit, for Volty specifically. They're not trying to paint like a trail for Volty, because then Starburst is going to recognize, wait, this is a trail they're painting. We need to shoot at the front of this thing. They're just painting to kind of expand their zone of control gradually, but actually they're painting for Volty. And now Volty's position is known, and Bran immediately gets on top of that. And Bran is able to get a 2-for-1, and that is not going to be the game, because time is going to run out here. But Ice is just going to run it as far forward as possible so that he's wasting as much of Alliance Rogue's time. Oh, and he gets a trade too. Beautiful play from Ice. So now they're back in their own base, having to get it out of the most awkward spot on the map to get the Rainmaker out of. They haven't even popped it yet, and they need to get to 12 off of this push. So this is going to be tricky. But if ever there was a time for Volty to pop off and get a quad, it would be now. Just, oh man, Scar is so far forward, and look at how far back everyone else is on AR right now. Like, that feels... Yeah, there goes Scar. Nobody was up there with Scar. That's a little bit uncoordinated there. Soon as Starburst sniff that out, they're going to be all over it. Okay, so Crab Tank goes out on the left-hand side to try and clear it, and there's just nobody there to even clear. Starburst is playing so far back right now. Like, look at how far away Starburst is from Alliance Rogue. At this level, at the speed that the game is, that's how far back you need to play in order to be safe from a special push, from just getting blitzed down by top-level players. They're waiting the Crab Tank out. You know, they're being perfectly willing to jump out. Nobody's gone down. Here comes the Crab Tank from Starburst. Here comes a Booyah Bomb. The specials go out. Alliance Rogue's not going down yet. They're not out of it. Bagel doing a good job here. One thing that Bagel does here that's really good is keeps anyone from getting in position to attack him. Like, he may not get any picks from this, but he's making it so that Kiver cannot flank around the right-hand side, because Kiver can't even drop into this pit here. Like, Kiver is really kind of stuck, sandwiched between Bagel and Brands' crabs. And because Kiver can't get around on the right-hand side, there's no flank to come in at any kind of reasonable timing for AR to be able to get a push in on the right-hand side with that flank. So everything is going to be directly in front of Starburst, and they can just focus all of their fire on the middle here. Good job, like, funneling the enemy team into one spot. So that one does go to Starburst. They win the Rainmaker, which means, you know, for Alliance Rogue to take this, that means that they won both clams and zones. Starburst was looking pretty good. One thing I could see happening is if Alliance Rogue cleans up the coordination a little bit, they could pose a lot more of a threat because they won't be feeding in and getting isolated as often. If they clean that up, now this is definitely a lot closer. It's just Starburst has been more coordinated so far. Scooching through. At Squid School, do you think Starburst and AR will watch this later, or do you think they don't watch it? I don't know. I mean, I did a VOD review once for Kiwi. Kiwi approached me saying, like, that he would like my input on his gameplay as he was trying to grind to get top 1 in Turf War. And it's like, this is a player who plays the Splash better than I will ever play the Splash. But came and asked for my opinion on it. And I think that a lot of top players have that sort of mindset where, like, they know if I say something that's silly, if I say something that doesn't make sense at a top level, they know that I'm going to say that, right? They're not just going to take my word at face value. They're going to have their own opinion on it too. But maybe there are some things that I'm saying that are insightful, even at their level, that maybe that's something they hadn't considered. Maybe there's something they can learn from there. So I can't tell you, you know, what a top player's opinion of my content is, because it probably differs. There are probably some who like it and some who don't. There are probably some who would watch it because they think that they, you know, if there's anything that there is to be learned from it, then that's worth watching, even if there are some things that I'm getting wrong about it. And then there are others who will think that there's probably more, you know, more efficient ways of learning than looking for the thing that someone gets right here and there, you know. So, I don't know. Why don't you ask them? But this tournament is the Ink TV Resurgence League. So this is a league match between these two teams. And we're getting into the second set now. So the first set was all Rainmaker, best of 3, and Starburst won that 2-1. And then Alliance Rogue ends up winning this entire match, so that means that they're going to win the next 2 best of 3s on Clan Blitz and then later zones. I do also have a lesson that's coming up in about 40 minutes. So I won't be getting through the entire thing before that lesson starts, but I might just continue and finish up with the rest of the VOD review from there. Okay, so jumps go out. And comps. So we've seen all of these weapons before, just not in these combinations. Actually, no, we have seen the AR comp in this combination. This was what they ran for their first game. They had a Neo Splash in there. And so they're running that, it looks like, in positions where they want to have tri-strikes as opposed to crab tanks. Then for Starburst, they're running their double bucket comp, but this time instead of running it with double splash, they've got one splash and a C-jet. So Clam Blitz, I could definitely see it making a lot of sense to want the Toxic Mists for covering certain choke points. Because there are only 2 ways into the basket on this. I guess there are 3, but one of them requires going up the rail, going all the way over on the right. And then double bucket, because there are a lot of walls, because you're going to be able to shark around from those places. And there's still going to be plenty of paint because you've got a C-jet. So I could see that working. Ballpoint is really good on Ink Blot in general. I'm surprised we're not seeing anybody running that, but I mean, Ice is one of the best there is at backline, so I won't question it. Let's see how they do. Okay, Volti gets a pick around top mid over here. They've got a lot of paint over on the right-hand side, and when they... Ooh, that was a trail that Bran probably could have seen coming. I think Bran probably goes for this. Oh, okay, so Bran gets tricked into thinking that Volti's going to go straight for the cover and commits to that, but then Volti instead comes around the corner. So this is good timing from Volti. Volti is seeing where Bran is aiming for and actually gets the read and gets the pick based on that. So that's what'll open this up. They are going to pop tri-strikes right away, and that backs everybody up away. Close enough for Scar to get close here. But again, Starburst very good at backing up when they need to. Yeah, I say that, and somebody's just dropped into mid without getting a pick yet. The rain here, I guess Biscuit takes the rain as a sign that the left side is completely safe. No, it's not even the left side that gets it. It's the Zuka there. So a little bit of an overstep there from a couple of different players. Tri-strikes go out on the left, so AR is signaling that they're trying to go that way, but nothing actually happens from it. Great, almost gets shot there. Those jumps are a little bit scary. Volti tries to get on top of Ice for it. Ice does go down. So the strikes go out, and again, Starburst is just kind of backing up away from these. It doesn't seem like those strikes are really letting AR get in. They're going to make Starburst back up a little bit, but look at this. Biscuit now has Booyah, and Bagel now has Crab, and that's, I feel like, creating more defensive pressure than the strikes are. They get a pick out of it. Let's look at that again. So strike, strike, strike. We move Biscuit over into the right side corner. But as a machine, he's kind of independent from there. I guess what it does do is it makes it so that Biscuit had to back up far enough and pop the Booyah, and that gives Gray a window to get this clam in. But is that worth it? Because it looks like they're only going to get the 80 for it. Okay, lots of trades go down, largely in Starburst's favor. Volti's the only one out there. Is going to try and use this opportunity to shark people, because what Starburst is going to be doing is pushing into mid, and if Volti can make them scared to push into mid by getting a pick here and there when they do, that's going to be really good for AR. That's going to slow Starburst down a lot, but Starburst is still able to move their way forward. The Zuka does come out, and Brand misses a couple of shots there to make that possible. So Volti has kind of been getting the outplay there a couple of times now. I can, I'm thinking back to, I think it was Brand that posted a tweet afterwards saying that, like, he felt like Starburst weren't playing their best during this set. And, looking at a play like that, for example, I make that play and I'm like, oh, yeah, well, yeah, I just missed shots. But a top-level player looks at that play and they're probably beating themselves up for it. That's probably something that really doesn't feel good to them when they lose a fight like that. So I'm thinking, like, that might be one of the psychological kind of moments here. They lost to Volti early in mid when Volti got the read and got them around the pillow. This might be a moment where, this could cause someone to tilt. And this is the kind of thing that can cause that. I have no idea what was going through Brand's head. All I know about what Brand was thinking is that tweet. But I'm looking for little moments like that may have been something that leads to that. And this is something that could be there. Volti gets caught out there by a good couple of, like, well-aimed... This is basically just defensive painting, right? They don't really know exactly where... Okay, I guess Volti did signal that he's going there. But they're just painting this defensively to make sure that Volti isn't there. They don't know for sure whether he is or not, but they're going to put paint on top of that anyway. And they do actually catch him and get the pick that way. Biscuit just moving up here and getting the power clam. And that's totally worth. There's a narrow window to do it, and that's why, like, this can be a very risky play. Because all of this paint just went down here on the left side, so AR is going to notice that at some point. And you can see Kiver's already throwing a burst bomb at it, but just a little too late. Biscuit's window to get on top of Gray here is 2 sloshes long. I guess 3, because Kiver didn't chase it. I think if Kiver had chased it, he would have been able to get Biscuit here. But Kiver is also getting distracted by whatever else is going on in mid. Because, hey, look at that. There's the entire team of Starburst. So, great play there. They should be able to get Volti for free. And Scar is off to the side. They don't have to worry too much about that. They have access to the enemy plat. Ooh, they're failing to consolidate clams there. That's actually a mechanical error. Right here where they're trying to throw clams at each other, Ice just needs 1, right? And so the clams get thrown forward. Bran accidentally picks up 1. Biscuit accidentally picks up another 1 or 2. And now Ice doesn't have any. And so they try to run in and they try to get close enough to be able to score, but they can't actually get there. And so now more clams have to come in. More fights have to be won. This is a push that could have already had the basket open, but because they kind of converged on the same spot and accidentally picked up the clams that were meant for Ice, they weren't actually able to get it in, and so that will slow them down a little bit here. They still do have a good number of clams to be able to go in. It'd be especially good if they can get that in. Yeah, 30-something. So that's still a really solid push by most standards, but, like, at top level, they're looking to KO on every single push. And it's definitely, within reason that they accomplish that goal. So, I could see them at least getting down into the teens off of that push if they hadn't made that error. Especially since one of the things about throwing clams to your teammates is that it forecasts where you're trying to go. And so, like, if there's something negative to be said about the idea of not having a power clam until you get onto the enemy plat, it's this kind of thing happening right here, where everyone's on top of each other. The enemy team can see where the clams are being thrown, and so that's where they're going to engage. And Gray is able to get a player and delay the clams going in for a little bit. And it takes them winning another fight before they're going to be able to actually score. So the fight with Kiver goes well, and that's why they're able to get as much of this done as they are. So we've seen all of this play out already. They start to get paint control. And notice how, like, Gray is just painting right here. This is something that a lot of, like, lower level players don't do enough when they're playing Clam Blitz. When you get the area immediately around the basket cleared and nobody's able to score, you need to paint more. Extend that perimeter of paint control as far as you can so that they can't get close to the basket. Like, if you clear out the areas where they could be scoring, but you stop there, they can very quickly push into position where they can score, and they're going to get like 1 or 2 more clams in there to keep the basket alive, and that can be a problem. So Gray is just defensively painting, keeping them out of that range, and taking map control back without actually trying to, dive and commit to anything, because that's how you play Clam Blitz defense. So Kiver and Scar trying to push around their left-hand side, our right-hand side right now. But Biscuit does a good job of dodging all of that and getting a pick. Looks like Biscuit's going to go down as they get caught by the crab there, but that was a special that had to be committed. Oh, Bagel's crab goes down, though, too. So Bran left in a tricky position, having to find a way to have an impact while not getting collapsed on from multiple directions. But AR does get held out for the time being. I'm kind of surprised there that they weren't able to get in off of this. So Gray's got the clam. They get Bagel here. The rain definitely helps. The rain is part of the reason I think that this takes so long. Scar and Volti try to get Bran here, but Gray's not going in on the left. Gray's just backing up into mid because it looks like someone's come up to the top left for them to defend at this point. And actually, Scar goes down. Biscuit's up there. So Scar goes down. We're trying to get in with this Zuka here. It doesn't get anybody. Scar is able to win against Bran using that extra range against the Tri-Slosher there. Booyah probably going to try and be used to clear the bats on the left there, and the strikes go with it. Nobody goes down on Starburst for that. Bran does go down to Scar pushing in here. Scar popping off a little bit. Gets 2. But 64 is not the push that they needed by any means. It's not even 2 power clams worth. Good defense there from Bagel, or from Starburst in general. Like, the fact that the Booyah and the strikes both go out here, and they don't get any picks, and the push doesn't have that many more clams to score from here. Starburst definitely are the winners of that engagement overall. So it's going to take another push from AR. They spot Volti out there on the right, and Volti goes down. So that's going to slow Alliance Rogue down even more. There's a power clam here, so they know where Gray is. They're already pushing up onto the plat here. Bagel maybe getting in a little further than he wanted to because of the bomb forcing him into that position. Volti gets around, but gets traded back. They know Kiver's here. I like the restraint there. A lot of players in solo queue would have just kept running up the ramp with the clam and tried to score, but they know it's not safe. Couple of power clams here for Starburst. I'm not sure I like that. I guess they're concerned that if AR gets a score, that they're going to need a lot of scoring power to be able to overcome their penalty. And 2 power clams is a way to get that. But also, it's revealing them on this defense here. I feel like I personally, as a shot caller, would be telling my teammate to throw one of the clams away. I guess maybe, I don't know. There are a number of reasons why they might be doing it, and I'd have to ask one of them about it. Ooh, a couple go down. And see, the enemy team has a Trizuka, and the power clam that you're holding is a target for the Trizuka. Now, even if you're behind a wall, you're not, exposed visually, you're still, it's easy to aim at you still. And I feel like that's why Ice goes down here. So I'm not sure I agree with that. And now Biscuit gets picked. So they're probably going to get their push here. Question is, can they get enough clams? Because there is a crab tank in the way that is shooting anyone who can score. And it looks like they are going to be able to hold on here. I don't see AR getting in off of this push. They do have time to make one more push because they do have a power clam, but they're going to need to orchestrate a push all over again from here. Overtime is triggered. They only have so much time. Bran gets a trade. It doesn't go in favor of AR here. So where are they fighting? So there's a fight going on over on the right because Scar is on that right stack. And Scar's feet get burst bombed there, and so Scar's forced to run in, and they're probably going to go down for that. Yep. Then Bran gets a trade in mid, and so that makes things a 1-for-2. Scar's been playing to Shark a lot. Scar's been playing like around the edges of the game, trying to get people's attention, trying to draw them off. And the thing about trying to do that with the machine is that that works as long as you keep someone at arm's length. But with the splash, with the burst bomb range that it's got, it can paint so that you can't back up and you can only move forward. And that puts the sloshing machine in range of that shorter ranged weapon, and that lets it close the distance to get on top of it. And that's been the kind of default counterplay that we've been seeing the splash players use when they spot one of those machine flanks out. So it feels kind of risky. And granted, like, I totally understand wanting to take risks against Starburst, because just in terms of coordination, in terms of results, like, on paper, everyone's saying that they're the better team. You know, you expect that this is the team that wins as long as things stay orthodox, I guess. So introduce a little volatility in here and there. But Scar has definitely been getting caught out here and there with these flanking plays, like we saw in Hagglefish too. So we've got strikes ready to go. Let's see what they can do. They get thrown here at Bran. Bran actually just runs forward at him afterwards. And that's another thing about strikes, that because of how long they take to throw, sometimes the enemy team can just kind of run at you, and like, you don't have the strikes out on top of them by the time you have to fight. With missiles, because they were global range, you could launch them, and then you had time to get forward. But the only way that you can throw the tri-strikes in a way that you can be fighting while they're going off is if you throw them really high up in the air. And throwing them high up in the air reduces their range. So you have to be closer in order to accomplish that, and getting that close often means you just get killed in popping them. So I think we see that illustrated here. Bran punishes them really well by just rushing them. And we run out of time. So Starburst takes game one here. Still looking pretty good. Still looking like nothing's really faltered there. And like, yeah, we can point out a couple of minor mistakes, but I don't think that that is really holding them back here. Not yet. So we're going on to Scorch. Let's see what the comps are here. So double machine, double splash for Starburst. And then we've got the same comp that Alliance Rogue just ran back here again. Before we get into this, actually, I'm going to go and take a quick break. I want to use the restroom really quick and also get some food before I have that lesson that's coming up in about 20 minutes. So that way I don't have to, cut into their time to be able to do those things. So I will be right back, and I will leave you with an image of, or some images actually, of dogs, because we like dogs. Banana. No more banana. I eated it. Okay. Gonna get this stuff mixed up. We've got like 10 minutes or so until I'm gonna need to do the lesson. Might just be better to chill and do a little bit of Q&A for 10 minutes while I eat and while we wait for that to start. We'll switch over here to the video game. Which soup? It is not soup. Beans, rice, ham, cheese. Have you ever gotten a Lego set? If so, which one? I did. I had a bunch of the like Star Wars Lego sets when I was younger. Excited for LTC? Yes. I'm looking forward to seeing all the people. When are we going to get Romeo playing Splatoon? I don't think he'll ever be evolved to the point where he can do that. I'm sorry. Why didn't they have to do tower in this tourney? Not in this tourney, just this match. The other... because the thing is, there are 4 ranked modes, right? If you run this kind of set play idea in all 4 of them, it's very easy to have a tie, where each team wins two of the modes. So they just pick a random one in all of their matches that you don't have to play. Have you picked up the Splatfest tee? Yes. Yes, I have. It is right here. Oh, and you get a little bracelet, too. I never noticed that. Or maybe I did and forgot that I noticed it. That's also a possibility. What about the growth mindset for Romeo? You're a teacher. Teach him how to play. Look. I'm a person who teaches humans. I'm not a person who teaches cats. And I haven't seen anybody who is a teacher who teaches cats figure out how to teach them to play Splatoon. So I don't really think there's much that can work there. I'm sorry. I'm Team Wisdom. Where would you place not soup on the tier list? I would not, because it is not soup, and it's a soup tier list. We cannot limit our assumptions of Kitty's abilities. I don't know. I feel like I can. Romeo doesn't want to improve. He's gotta want it. All he wants is kibble. But we are squids. We're highly evolved squids and octopi. We've had thousands of years to become human-like. Why wisdom? Look at the name of my channel. Why do you think wisdom? Because it's the wise choice. I like that one. Do you have a main in Splatoon? Yeah. I play short-range shooters. If I had to declare a main, I would say that I am a Splatoon 2 Tentatek Splattershot player. And also have a lot of K-Shot in me. But those aren't in this game. So, I play T-Tech, I play Splash, I play 52. Those are the main ones. I tried to make V-Blaster happen for a while. And I really like Rapid Deco, but I probably wouldn't use it in competitive. Silly Comp Sunday this weekend? What's 4 p.m. Eastern? The analyst desk does cut into that. I might have to postpone, maybe do it on Monday or something. We'll have to see what the Silly Comp Sunday folks Silly Comp Sunday folks have to say about it. Yeah, I should probably figure that out sooner than later so that I know whether to pull people for the comps. Taking a break from comp, or you just don't? No, I'm a free agent, so I don't have a team to play with. But like, I'm going to LTC and playing in LTC. Just again, I don't have a team. Thank you for your videos on how to get out of X rank. oh, you meant out of like insert rank here. Yeah, for sure. The how to get out of X rank video is not as helpful as the other ones, I will admit. Event is the analyst desk for? It's by off the dial. I'm forgetting what the abbreviation stands for. Let me go look it up real quick. Fable, I think. Yeah, FABL, Fable. It is a free agent or draft major. So every team is a pickup, I guess. I would know more about how it works, except that I have not signed up for it because I am doing the analyst desk for it, so I cannot. Yeah, it's actually kind of a pity because that's actually a tournament I would really want to compete in otherwise. Yeah. See, at the time that the How to Get Out of X Rank video was made, this was for Splatoon 2. And so you get the opening title sequence like we usually had. And then there was the Splat 1 news jingle, like do-do-do-do-do-do-da. And then lose. And then it did the outro sequence. That's the video. Free agent, battle, league, I don't know. jump into DMs real quick and see how it is we want to... Let's see. Okay. Communicating with the player getting VOD reviewed. So that we can get them where they need to go. Most anyone's ever donated? To me specifically, because I mean to charity, that those were very large numbers, but to me specifically, I know I've gotten $50. I don't know if anyone... Part of it is also that, like, there have been some donations in currencies that I am not as familiar with. So I don't actually know exactly what some of them come out to in dollars, but I think 50 is probably the most. But yeah, that donator during the charity drive, it was more than two. They did 2K at once, but they also donated a lot previous to that. Like, that individual person was a pretty significant amount of the total at the end of the day. Okay, cool. I'm glad I checked Discord as well, because Spoon, and granted, he sent me this like 2 hours ago, but Spoon sent me a higher quality upload of the matches, the Alliance Rogue versus Starburst. So we'll switch over to that and be using that for when... Oh, God. Oh, God, that's loud. That's loud. Holy crap, holy crap. That did not go to the right place. Sorry about that. But we'll definitely grab that and be watching from there when we start up again. Okay. Clam Scorch, there it is. Okay. So thanks for that, Spoon. Check, 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 check. Perfect. And hello, Photon Jet. Got you in here now.
Oh, okay. Oh, hello. Hi there, Jam. How are you today?
Doing well. Hope you are too.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am too. Yeah.
And
I just finished my videos for 2-3 stream on Twitch, right before my content of review. So.
Nice. We are on stream, by the way. Do you have the VOD that you'd like us to go over?
Oh yes, I do. It's in the Wii. It's in. Let's see. It's the Wii Play. If I can have a look, yeah. It's it's the Battle Wii Play. It's in the Battle. It's the Battle Wii Play in the Go. And can I tell you the code?
It'd be good if you could type it out to me somewhere in a DM or something, so that I can copy it from there.
Yeah. Well, DM is accessible. it's much easier than just, well, saying it out, just in case, well, we also forget. And here it is.
Awesome, thank you. So we're going to get that going here. RKCX GDJ8. Oops. BTech. The Bentatech splatter shot.
Yeah, well, it kind of sounds like that.
ATU. Okay. All right.
Yeah, the Bentatech splatter shot. I want to see that in the next season. Will that be something?
So someone's asking why use the upload versus the replay codes. The quality is going to be significantly higher on the local recording versus the recording of the stream that's archived by Twitch. So
this battle is one of the it's actually one of the first X battles I have using the Octopus, which I enjoyed using in Splatoon 2, and I just started enjoying using it in Splatoon 3 due to the zip caster. The thing is about the special, it can be pretty difficult to use, but it can be difficult to use for the first time. But once you get used to it, it's a fun special, and that's what I enjoy using. But anyway, in this special, I just want to see if there is anything I can do to brush up my skills using the Octopus.
I see what you did there.
I need to take. Yeah.
So, all right.
I could be a funny one.
So we've got. Dude, this is a comp. You've got double C-Jet, so I mean you're gonna have a lot of paint. It's not a lot of DPS though. Same exact kind of thing with the dually squelchers. You've got four squelchers basically, 4 of them on your comp right now, and that weapon in general has a relatively low fire rate, relatively low DPS. So they're going to put a lot of paint down, and you're going to be able to get a lot of sharking plays out of it. But the other team comp is a bit better balanced. They have a little bit more pushing power. Not that much, because they have a C-Jet and a Dynamo. And the Squeezer is, it can play a lot more aggressively than any of those 2 weapons, but also it's kind of held back a little bit by the sub-weapon not being able to push quite as aggressively as the main weapon is capable of sometimes. But they also have an NZAP, which is going to both paint and be able to push up a little bit. So relatively passive comps, which should mean that like if you get on top of someone, you should be able to make them dead pretty well. And the question is just, how you navigate getting through their range using the paint that your teammates are going to provide here. So.
It's the blocks on Mega Mod. That is what the bus is really capable of, but it's flattening enemies from above. And the bus better weapons, aside from the Splatanas, don't require that much aiming compared to the Suitors. Still.
So we roll out here, and we're going out to the middle. What I usually see from brushes is that they want to be unpredictable, which means they don't want to go in the direction that the enemy is likely to be looking. And straight out onto the zone is probably where they're probably going to be looking. If you're going to try and shark, if you're going to try and flank, if you're going to try and get picks with this thing, like using maybe the stacks to be able to hit up over the top of them or something, you probably want to be coming out at least on one of the stacks or something. So that you're not right there, right in front of, say, it looks like the Squeezer, when you show up in the mid, because now we're having to move, and they've already seen us. But player goes down, which is good, and now we get up over the side, and this is really good. Like, you want to be approaching from that angle. You probably could have stayed a little bit longer and just tried to draw their fire a little bit, because that gives your teammates some time to walk forward and get after them, but this is definitely the idea. Like, be in annoying spots, be difficult to hit, and be constantly threatening to flank, so that if you do end up getting to go on that flank, if they don't look at you, they get punished really hard for it.
Okay.
You might not want to be coming up over this wall so many times over. You might want to be coming from different directions a little bit more. For example, you might want to go around the right-hand side of this stack and come up closer to the jet now that you know that they're there. because they can stand from a safe distance from here and be able to shoot you from there. Whereas if you were underneath them, you know, you see that little ledge right in front of them. If you were underneath that, you could probably be hitting them, and that would be dangerous to them. But you also have Zipcaster, so let's see what we do with that.
Yeah. The thing about using the Zipcaster is I've learned that it's best to use the Zipcaster in a safe spot where you won't get splattered after your use.
Mm-hmm. And that can come from being behind cover as much as it can come from distance. So like if you were right behind the stacks, like in the corner there, and you popped it and they didn't really see where you came from, like that would probably be pretty safe too. Take maybe a little bit less time to get activated, but that is definitely a good idea. Unfortunately, we jumped to... we zipped to a jump where the dynamo is landing. And rollers and things like that can always ready a swing in midair so that it's coming down as soon as they land.
So I think what I should have done is I've used the Zipcaster in a much higher position, like that glass wall. I should have used the Zipcaster on there, rather than just near the block. You
could do that. That would make it a little bit easier to... You wouldn't, like, hit shots on the wall by mistake. I think from here, you actually do probably have time to splat them, because it doesn't look like they are actually readying the swing as they land. They're just, like, jumping and starting to use it after they land. So you probably had time to splat them before the swing came out, and you just didn't have your aim on. So wherever it is that's... Basically, what I'd recommend here is wherever it is that it's easier for you to hit the shots from, that's probably where you want to be. There's a cat in my lap.
There's a cat in your lap? Aw, that's so cute. Aw. Anyway.
So Dynamo gets you there. You gotta watch out for the players that have physics equations as their names. They're nerds. I won't say that means they're good at the game. That just means they're nerds.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's also the
shoutouts to all the nerds though.
Well, they're pretty smart when it comes to map strategizing and formulas and whatnot. That makes them top level players.
So we're coming from the same spot again, which, you know, like I said, is a good spot to come from, but it's something where, at this point, it feels like the enemy team knows you're coming from there, and, like, they're taking positions that give themselves enough space to see you if you try to approach them. So you being on that stack isn't actually the end of the world for them. They want to push you out eventually to get you off the zone, but you're also not applying that much pressure just by being where you're at. It's not a ton of threat there. Jim, you should change the stream title. Fine. I'll change the stream title.
Yeah.
1 second. Yeah. Come on. Hello. Update titles. Why can't I click on you? Computer? Computer, please.
Stuff like that happens.
There we go. Okay. What? Okay. The update titles button literally doesn't work. I actually can't. I'm clicking it and nothing is happening. I'm clicking other aspects of the screen and they're working. That button is not. So, we're stuck here.
It's like
sorry about that.
I'm sensing a technology revolution here. Technology is refused to obey every command. It's kind of like Skynet.
Something like that. Something like that. Okay, gotta watch out for those nerds. Okay, so we still didn't have the zone there, but now, like, you know, right when I say it, we go and get it. When you have the opportunity to paint the zone, and, like, nobody's stopping you from doing it, that's always the first thing that you should be thinking to do. Like, sharking over the wall here, like, you can see that the enemy team is positioning on the left, knowing that you're here, and knowing that there's a bunch of paint here already. So I would just kind of sit on mid for a second, get the cap first, and then go starting to distract them. Because if you're distracting them while you're scoring, now you're buying your team extra points. If you're not painting the zone and they get the opportunity to cap it back, then your distraction hasn't meant anywhere near as much. And they do actually go for trying to paint the zone here. And you can be painting it a lot more from here. Like, I bet you could solo cap it right now during the time that this fight breaks out on the left side that you can't really help too much with.
So yeah, because the octopus had this for AOE spread, which can be good for taking the zone.
Yeah, brushes paint a lot. Like, they don't paint a ton in terms of, like, combat utility, because a lot of the time the range is so short that you're only getting this relatively small circle around you. But, like, they paint that circle around you real quick. Really, really good for getting special, especially with the ink brush. But the octobrush isn't that bad either. So good job getting that pick there. And from here, from there, instead of... Because remember that firing a bunch of shots recalls you. Like, it's based on how much ink you use while you're out there, to a degree. So if you wanted to get yourself back, then that would be a good way to do it. But what I probably would have done is, after getting that pick, I would have tried to zip behind the Dynamo 2 and see if I can at least get a little bit of damage off on them first before it recalls. Because at that point, it's going to recall by the time they can even get a swing out anyway, so you might as well try.
Oh, it's kind of like a top level playing spy from Team Fortress 2. Once you get a pick on one enemy, you have to go behind the other enemy to get another pick, right?
Not necessarily. Like, Zipcaster always does have the option to just play evasively and wait the Zipcaster out. But there, it didn't seem like anybody really saw you, like, knew where you were. And so, knowing that... There goes Romeo. Knowing that it was going to be safe to continue, you could probably go for more, you know... It's always better to be doing something with your time instead of, you know, stalling with your time.
Okay.
So, I like the idea to move over here. I think there is probably a way to do this that doesn't get you spotted as easily. Because I think you like, unsquid formed at some point here. So we drop down left. The bomb as well. I think even that bomb by itself, like, because this player is already shooting at you over here. I think they saw the bomb and then just tracked you over to here. Don't throw that bomb, because people are going to see that bomb got thrown from over here, and they're going to look for who threw it. And they're going to find you, and then the sharking isn't going to work as well. You do manage to, you know... You're safe here. Like, they start firing well before they can actually hit you. But, yeah. Okay. I think you probably could get the Dynamo here, because they swim, like, all the way past you. And you do a really good job of, like, moving while they don't know exactly where you're at. That might get you in a position to help. I like how you hug the wall right here as soon as the jet starts shooting at you. That's smart. That there's no way that they want to challenge you here. So it takes somebody else getting involved. And that happens right here. If you just, like, turn your camera around a little bit quicker, you can probably be hitting them before they get out of range. But overall, generally the right idea. You also do have the option of jumping out once they just kind of swim by you.
But yeah, I sort of reacted quick with the camera there. And as you know about hugging walls, that you can use that to stalk other enemies.
You can like hit up. You can hit up over the top of them, and the important part here is that the jet is a line of sight weapon. It's a weapon that needs a straight line between it and you to hit you. And so if you cut that off at the wall, it's just you and the Dynamo. So. Kitty isn't eepy, he's actually thirsty. He's lapping up some water right now. Anyway, that was something chat said. Anyway, we're going to move back in on the right-hand side. So, like, all that time that you spent, like, painting that and stuff and setting up, they were watching you the whole time.
That was when I got hit with a toxin fist and went bye-bye.
Like... So all of this stuff you're doing right here, the bomb you throw, the paint that you do, the, you know, walking around with the brush held down, you're not painting a ton by doing this. Like, you don't get all the way to special charge or anything. And what it's doing is alerting the enemy team to where you are. There are a lot of opportunities they've had there to spot you. So when you then just submerge in a spot that's visible to that stack, and just sit here for a second, they're like, oh, well, they're just staying there. They're not moving. And so they're going to test you here.
Yeah,
so the way to not have that happen was to be less visible, to do fewer things that make it so they can see you, And when you do submerge in the ink, to move somewhere while you're submerged instead of just staying on the same spot.
So I had to find the right time to provide pressure on the objective and the enemy. So since I provided pressure around that time, it alerted the other enemies of where I was. So I had to make sure that I had to provide pressure at the right times.
The pressure that you're providing is the threat of flanking them, and that threat of flanking them doesn't exist if they see you. There was a lot that I was talking about actually in the VOD review that I'm doing with Alliance Rogue and Starburst about how Volti is playing, about how Volti is swimming to the edge of their ink before they ever move. Like, they're swimming as far forward as they possibly can, staying submerged, staying sharking, and only moving when the opponent isn't going to see them move. And that's how they're going to get close. That's how they're going to get in range of something that's longer range than them. There's a lot of just, like, unnecessary movement that's going on where, like, you're putting the brush down and rolling, where you're throwing down, like, a single drop of paint in front of you that isn't really helping you that much. You want to cut out a lot of that unnecessary stuff because all of that is very visual. It's very easy for the enemy team to see. So, like, I don't even, like, it makes some sense to paint this up because it's hard for you to get in with this. So if you want, like, you could start by painting up this court, but if you're going to do that, you want to paint it very thoroughly and then submerge and start sharking and swim somewhere so that as soon as you're done painting, you immediately get stealth back because now they don't know where you are in that patch of ink. Another option that you have, is, instead of doing all of this, is you've got a whole bunch of paint on your right-hand side over here. You could just swim all the way up to the corner there before you're going to hit any green ink, and then maybe, like, wait for an opportunity where they're not watching to hop across into their closed, and you could probably get most of the way behind their stack with, like, 2 jumps total. And those little jumps would be the only time that an opponent would be able to see you, as opposed to being able to see you when you jump and throw a bomb, when you then, after throwing that bomb, press ZR, and then start running with the brush, and then drop into the ink and squid form, and then jump back out and throw out a couple of slashes, jump out, throw a couple more, swim, throw a couple more in the corner, and then sit down. All of that stuff is way, 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 way more visible than 2 little hops from one patch of ink to another.
Does have to be another. Need to be less visible.
Yep. Value your stealth more. It's not that you always have to be stealthy, but if there's a situation where you don't have to give it up, then it's good to consider at least not giving it up. Now, that situation, you also could get a lot of value if you just paint for your special and then use that to go in. That's also an option you had. But if you're going to shark, which is what you started doing once you got around the corner, that seemed to be your plan, to be sharking, and you made it so that that wasn't going to work by being so visible before you did it.
Okay.
So there's a dynamo underneath. From here, we have a couple of options. We could engage the dynamo, like just wait for them to swing once, and then you know that they can't swing for a certain amount of time, and you just take that advantage of that time to go in and splat them. That's one option you have. If you don't like your aim enough to be able to pull that off successfully, you could just go around them, because they're not stopping you from getting to the zone in a couple of directions. What we don't want to do is stay in a range where they can hit us and we can't hit them. And on the platform there, where you can't really see them super well, is actually a place like that. So you either want to be like closing the distance or running away from them, so they don't just one-shot you by randomly swinging over the top.
So right there, it's the got the zone. I use a zipcaster, and I didn't think that was a good zipcaster right there.
What I was talking about with stealth kind of also applies to the zipcaster too. You always want to find like a way to come in sideways with a Zipcaster. You always want to find a way to come in from an angle there where, like, if they're going to deal with the Zipcaster, they have to look away from what's important. And here again, we're coming straight on the objective line. You know, we're coming by way of the splat zone that they were looking at and painting already anyway. If you came from around like left stack, now they have to turn away from the zone to look at you. And so that's an opportunity for your teammates to either paint the zone or to just run straight forward at that player because they're not looking at them anymore.
So the Zipcaster acts like a distraction to the enemy team while my teammates go for the objective.
Yeah, and what your team does to follow up on that distraction depends on the situation, but that is generally how you see it used. I remember a Zipcaster that... the most beautiful Zipcaster I've ever seen used was Kyo Zipcasting into the entire enemy team of 4 players, but making them all completely scatter and getting out unscathed. He didn't get any picks with that Zipcaster. He didn't splat anybody, but they all had to move. They all had to like back up to try and deal with him effectively. And his 3 teammates, some of them were able to paint, some of them were able to rush forward and start engaging fights. Some of them were able to play the objective. You know, they had all these options available to them that wouldn't have been open if the enemy team had not been scattered by that Zipcaster. So what you're trying to do is get into the enemy backline from the side so that they have to look sideways or backwards the whole time that the Zipcaster is out. Get any picks to punish people who aren't looking at you, of course, but in the meantime, you want your team to be going in and doing something useful so that they're capitalizing at least on the distraction.
So go for back lines, just dip cars up on the side instead of just moving up in front of them, just to give it the jump scare.
Yep. So I like the fight you take on the Super Chump user here. The Super Chump gives away their position, and so you figure out where they are. It helps a lot that your Jet player uses Toxic Mist to keep them frozen in place. So right here, you start firing a little too early, and that's a lot of swings that you do before you realize that you're missing. So they could have gotten away if not for the Toxic Mist here. But because the Toxic Mist happens, and because you make the smart play to jump across the corner instead of swimming all the way around, you're able to catch up to this player and get them. So that's all good. At this point, you don't want to push this, because you're not in range yet, and they are, and you're both seeing each other at about the same time. So they're going to get their shots on first, and you're going to have to run. It also hurts that you're in the rain here. So good job using the angle to keep yourself safe from that jet, but that was definitely scary. You probably want to, after you get the first pick, you want to collect information in Shark before you try to make any further aggressive plays, just to spot players out like that. Because if that's a weapon that outranges you, that splats any faster than the jet does, that could be a problem. Okay, so we get flanked here by the Dynamo, and we're forced to back up. We really do not want to be standing on top of our teammates too much right now. We don't want to be stepping on their toes. Because a single Dynamo swing would hit all of you at once if they went for it. Fortunately, they don't, but... Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I saw your previous video about not getting well, getting in your teammates' feet.
Yep.
It's like if you did that, you're blocking their shots.
Blocking their shots and making it so that a single burst of AoE will hit everyone, making it so that the opponents, excuse me, making it so that the opponents can only have to look in one direction instead of multiple. Oh dear. There we go. Blocked the bot. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, usually I've got a bunch of blocked terms now, so I'm surprised that the bot was able to actually make it through, but anyway. We still need to worry about that Dynamo. The Dynamo is the #1 issue right now. Like, they're making it so that the team cannot approach the zone at all. And we're in a position where they don't see us, which we know because they haven't killed us yet. We're in a position where, like, they would be able to do that if they knew that we were here. And, you know, we've swung at them a bunch. Okay, now they know we're here. But, like, we want to be getting in a position where they have to worry about us. Because they're getting our teammates, they're stopping us from holding the zone. Oh, there we go, there we go. We got this, nice. Okay, this would be a great moment to, like, zip in. Okay, if we went into a player who had already gone down. There we go. I like the idea. I think it just, like... First of all, when you zip to something, try to zip... you want to be zipping to a wall like you're doing to keep yourself behind cover if there's someone above and you're worried about that. But, like, here we zip to, like, the floor. And so it's going to be a little bit harder to get up over the top and a little bit harder to see over the top. It looks like... Oh, okay. I think what happened there was you pressed the jump button and it didn't come out or something. Maybe you pressed it too early, so it didn't happen to get over the top. Because you swing straight at the wall. I have to imagine that you're thinking that you're up above the wall when you do that. So that makes some sense. So now you come around here, and you're swinging when you're not quite in range yet. You probably want to be zipping a second time to throw their aim off, to also get into position where you know you're going to hit shots. When you look at, like, top-level Zipcaster players, they're very conservative about when they actually try to attack you out of the Zipcaster. They know they're doing their job by just getting you to shoot at them. So a lot of the time, they'll just zip back and forth if they feel like they're not safe. They won't even fire a shot at all. They'll just zip and then zip and then zip and go all the way back. And that by itself, you know, is keeping this Dynamo out of play for longer.
Nice.
So, okay, team holds just barely long enough to get lead. It was very close to not switching in our favor, but we're able to do it.
Okay, so this is when I started to provide pressure on the objective, which, yeah, it does make me less visible by doing that. So I think I should have done it to be more stealthy, moving over to the white, or moving over to the white. If I move over to the left, I would be in a more unfavorable position.
Yeah, I think that, like, coming at the zone from the front is just not what you usually want to be doing. Because, like... Yes, it's making you visible. It's also just like your weapon doesn't have a lot of advantages when you're right in front of someone across an open sight line. Like, you want to be being physically above them and hitting down over a ledge. You want to be catching them from around blind corners or flanking behind them. You want to be running around in some silly corner of the map and getting them to chase you. Being out in front, though, there are a lot of weapons that just straight up beat that, especially on the enemy team. Like, if a squeezer watches you and you're coming at them from the front and you don't have cover, you're in a lot of trouble. Same thing with the jet, same thing with the dynamo. So it's partly like you want to use stealth. It's also partly you just need to play to your weapon's strengths in fights. And coming at them from the front, like you see right here, you're getting outranged trying to do that, and you're not being able to get in a range where your weapon's going to hit anything. That's why you want to come from the sides more.
So, yeah. Focus on the sides of the objective and not just heading in the middle.
Mm-hmm. So here we see that there are two players that are coming up on the right stack, and it looks like you're responding to them about to be there, which is great. They saw you, so they should have expected this to happen, but as soon as they get up over the top and they're not shooting at you, you're like, oh, free food.
Nobody expects the plus Inquisition.
There's someone behind on your side of the zone right now. Yep.
Yes, that happened. That did happen.
As if
tried to go right behind me when I didn't even see. I didn't even see that happen.
So the reason that I know, so you get this player, and then right here we see them fighting your teammate, and another thing that happens is your teammate go. Oh, that actually is a trade. So I actually wouldn't have had reason to know that the Zuka was back there. They must have, like, jumped into the Dynamo. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, that's not what you usually expect to see. Just try Zuka from out of nowhere. But I definitely would have taken a look back there once I saw that a teammate had gone down over there. Because, you know, when a teammate goes down, who's to say if you don't collect more information, you're not about to go down with your back to all of that.
about going for the sides. And then yeah, that did cost me getting sped up by the Dynamo Warlock by doing that.
Mm-hmm. With any rollers, even Dynamos, you have to be really careful about ledges if they might be there. Let's see, what warning did we have that they're there? Yeah, they dropped off of the left stack here. So you definitely want to be, as you rotate, you want to be looking for where they are. And since I was looking for where they were, I noticed a little splash of ink in the corner of the... You're, like, just to the bottom right of you. We'll show it right here after it loads. So you see that little splash that was in the lower right before I unpaused it again? Did you see it? Maybe not. Let's freeze it again. I missed it. One more try. Pausing it is hard.
It's really hard. It's really hard to
right
see
there.
using the function.
Now you can see. There's a splash.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it
in the corner right there. And so knowing that that's the Dynamo, because they were the ones who dropped off the left stack and moved in that direction, you don't want to be here. This is a very dangerous place to be. Unless you're going to drop on them and make them miss that first flick by, like, landing behind them or something, you probably don't splat them in time. You're very close to getting it there. And so I think if you just, like, held forward and dove on them, you probably would have been able to get it, but yeah, dangerous spot right there. So now we need to get to the zone ASAP, because, like, look at how much time is left in the match. Look at how much time is left before they get lead. You need to just hold forward and get to the zone and paint it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that is what I did in the last few seconds. That is what I did. Concentrate
on no, just by one tick. That's so sad.
Yeah,
it was a good try.
Yeah.
It was exactly what you needed to do. We might still have this.
Teammates still trying to take the zone. So I just take the zone in overtime. And just move forward to try to fend them up as best as I can.
Yep, that's definitely the idea. I would be careful about using bombs to paint the zone. Number one, because suction bombs take a while to explode. Number two, because they take up more of your ink tank than brush flicks will. And you can brush flick and hit the same spot that you would want to throw that particular bomb at. So if maybe you want, like, the suction bomb on the back end of the zone and then use the brush for the front of the zone, that makes some sense, so that you get faster burst paint. But just throwing a bomb at your feet is going to be less efficient than using the brush to paint. And you're going to run out of ink faster doing it. So it didn't end up mattering at all in that particular case. But that's something to think about maybe for the future. I don't like that you turn the camera all the way around there, because during all of that time that your back is turned to the enemy team, you can't see what they're doing. They could be moving in on the right, and you wouldn't be able to see it at all. So try and keep your camera focused forward on what, where the actual information is going to be coming from. Oh man, that trade was good, but I don't know if the team holds up here. Oh man, we need to paint. Oh shucks. Okay, it was a good try. It was a good try. The overtime push, I don't have. Yeah, for sure. The overtime push, I don't really have that many problems with. You did about the best that you could, given the situation. If you were able to draw their attention off the zone, that would be nice, except you can't, you can't, like, run around in the corner of the map and just let them get straight to the zone, because a lot of the time they are just going to get straight to the zone. So you want to be, like, maybe off to the side a little bit, but not by much, because they're probably just going to beeline the zone at that point. So definitely a close one.
Yeah.
So I want to, I'm going to go in and play a quick match on the Octobrush, and I want to talk about the ways that I'm picking my positions, so that, like, it'll give you a little bit more of an idea of where you want to be going by default. So really quickly, I'm just going to check for the general idea that people are going for with their builds, and I'll mimic that as best I can with the limited resources that I do have.
I just found that stealth jump is for a better ability for the octopus than the drop roller. That drop roller is for the ballpoint splatting.
There are actually a lot of different options here. So I'm seeing between, Synapse and Red Shell and Nami, I'm seeing LDE, I'm seeing swim speed, I'm seeing comeback. Not a lot of comeback. Looks like only one comeback there. Seeing some quick respawn, some not. I think what I'll do is I'll go for a good amount of swim speed. And some of that, and I'll go for this. And then that's probably a pretty good close approximation of it, actually. Of what people are doing with it. Okay. And then...
More
what we
speed,
got
the
here?
better.
We'll go and play... Clan Blitz is a pretty good one to talk about, because Clan Blitz, we're going to have a good mix of having to push forward with the team and also having to hold an area. So it'll show us more about, like, how to play in the various different game modes.
Well, I thought that Clan Blitz is the worst mode for the Octopus.
It may well be. I am not an Octobrush player, and so I can't comment too much on, like, where you like it versus where you don't. But, the positioning that I'm going to be talking about shouldn't make too much of a difference in the grand scheme of things, because we're still going to be able to play team fights with this. Is that Twitch link an actual bot, or is that people memeing? I can't say for sure. Okay. So notice I'm not making myself seen at all here. Oh boy, they checked it anyway. That was them just like blindly checking over the wall, which was a smart thing for them to do, having seen where I rolled out.
That's why I thought it would be better if they go white, because it's not a good idea to just move left to the better. Just the white is better.
Okay. Well, that was a really good machine play. They used the Fizzy Bomb to finish me off after the Booyah displaced me. Now here I should have a bit of an advantage because I'm going to be able to drop over the top here and attack anyone under the ledge. I hit them a couple times. Oh my god, they're so weak. It's difficult to chase people with this thing. Okay, well, we're backing up.
Backing up. So, yeah, that is one of the few instances where ink resistant does work wonders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ink resistance is generally pretty advisable on most builds. Just a little bit of it. Not very much, but you do tend to see it a lot. There. We spooked that player off. And we were able to get him there.
And that's a flat. That's a good move.
Now, okay, Cat, hi. Now we have an opportunity to actually zip cast in. Let's try and get something done there. Thought I saw someone over there, but apparently not. Darn. I lost track of where the charger was. I think I can just drop in here, though. I don't think they're watching. Cat, that's my food. Stop.
Oh, well, I know about cats. They'll do anything when it comes to food.
Okay, so he's just doing that so I can get up and whack him. I thought I could get up and whack him. Apparently not. So apparently there's no melee hitbox on that, and today I learned.
Yeah. It's best to whack the ink bag users behind them rather than just out in front of them.
Because a roller can actually just like hit them with the melee hitbox, and that doesn't get sucked up. But apparently an Octobrush cannot. Oh, they're so weak, but I can't get in there. Yeah. I missed the first zip, and from there they had enough time to be able to splat me. So that's my unfamiliarity with the Zipcaster right there. So I'm coming out here on the side, because I know that they're moving in this direction, and now... Where did that guy go? Oh my god, I completely lost them. This is not where we need to be, because they're about to score on us. I'm again coming from here, because being able to slosh down over the ledge like that is really good defensively. We're not going to stay here for too much longer, because we're being seen. Ah,
Yeah.
the roller was also there. We did get a trade back for it. That's actually 2 for 2. And that player's going to have to jump out. Okay. Not too bad.
Up the pitch.
It's also a little awkward that I'm the longest ranged weapon on the team.
Oh yeah, you are. Oh, strange.
Where's this getting thrown? Okay. So we can just chase them. Oh, but there's no defense. And that's one of the risks of flanking, that you leave your team out to dry for a pretty long time, and sometimes that can be dangerous. But we didn't lose.
Still there. You did it.
Nice, that's one. Nobody's watching this. Oh, dear. Well, let's get a map that has flank routes, and then maybe that'll be better. Because mincemeat is not it.
Yeah, I also found out that hang up the maps that have open spaces like Haggle Fish Market and Blind Water Springs. They are not good. They are bad fans of the octopuses. Personally, I found the octopus. Firstly, I found Flounder High to be more of a good map for the octopus because it has a lot of flanks.
Yes, that is definitely the case. It's a good Octobrush map, to the point where like Chara considered running it over Stamper on that particular map. Let's see. Scorch and Brine Water. Brine Water is not great. Well, it's better than Hammerhead at least. We'll go into the series and use this one instead, because this will show us a little bit more. It'll have places where we can flank, as opposed to Mincemeat, which has 2 ways that both stink.
Inkbus, I think, could be a better option for open spaces since it has the killer whale special. Which once you have the special fully charged, you can just use the killer whale and use the killer whale just straight away or into big pushes.
Yeah, you can use it. You typically use it by like running in a semicircle so that it has a really wide arc, and it's harder to dodge. All right, we've got a lot of long-range weapons on their team, and not a lot of that on our team. That's really weird. It's going to be really hard for them to play this because they don't have a lot of pushing power.
Yeah.
But we have to be really careful not to be seen because there are a lot of things that can splat us. Okay, that's 2 down over there. We're going to just use this to get all the way up.
That's right.
Got the trade, which is the most I could expect against something with charge. Like, that weapon does splat faster than me, so I had advantage over them. It just... Why are all 3 of us on the tower? This is not it.
Probably because they want the tower to stick a leg. Let me remember, the more players that are on the tower, the faster the tower move.
Not the faster it will move. That is incorrect. It's the faster you'll get through a checkpoint, but it will move at the same speed.
Oh, right. So, I see. So to get to a checkpoint, more players must be on there to get to the checkpoint. Other than that, you don't.
Not must be. It's actually rare at competitive play that you're going to see people using that mechanic. More often, they're just going to try and push up in front of it, because keeping the tower safe is more important than being slightly faster in the grand scheme of things. I need to get out of here. Okay, I was a little bit too slow getting up the wall. Kind of wish we'd moved the tower more during all of that time, because I definitely got a lot of picks during all of that. Why are we getting off? Okay, I guess it's... Okay, the charger's getting off. There we go.
Starburst.
There we go. Get one there, and then I'm going to zip up to the top. I'm hitting them up over the top here. Why do we not have the tower? What's going on? Okay, we force that player out. We can hit this guy from wherever they decide to go. Even if I'm not hitting them, I was flushing them out there because the teammate's nearby, so it's always good. And we should be able to get it. Nice.
Here goes the Kraken.
So there, the flanking part was a lot easier because they had nobody who was going to try and push forward and not a lot of paint. So it was easier for me to get into forward positions because our team had more paint. And it was also like all of them are going to be looking out over mid from the positions that I'm going to want to flank. When you have a frontline weapon, a lot of the time, the frontline weapon runs into you as you're trying to move into position to Shark, and they catch you on the way in. But there, nobody was doing that because the shortest range weapon they had was a Galooka-Doolies. So, yeah, that was definitely comp diff on their part. Like, I don't blame them for losing with that comp. But hopefully that gives you a little bit more of an idea that, you know, I'm not going to run it up the middle. I'm going to get into positions that are away from the tower so that they have to look at me instead of looking at the tower. And that should ideally set you up either with free picks if they continue looking at the tower, or with for your teammates to be able to push the tower.
All right. Okay.
So.
So made me jot down some notes.
Awesome. Do you have any questions for me? Do you have anything that you'd like me to comment on here? We've got about 10 more minutes, so up to you what you want to do with that.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I got it. I know that Drop Roller is not really that much of a popular choice in using the Octopus, but can the Drop Roller has benefits for the Octopus user in higher levels of play?
Yes, Red Shell actually does use Drop Roller on some of his builds. It's not unheard of to run it, because you get value out of it not just from super jumping in, but also from when you're landing from Zipcaster. So it can save your life sometimes. Usually when you see people running Drop Roller, it's because of a special that also has to land that also benefits from the Drop Roller. So people would use it on inkjet weapons all the time in Splatoon 2. But if it's just for super jumping, if that's the only reason you're using it to try and get back into play, not when you've already been in play, then people will usually go to stealth jump instead.
I see. So
because stealth jump doesn't impact your landing point from the Zipcaster, Drop Roller does.
Yeah, but stealth jump for me is usually the better ability because, you need stealth. Stealth is important for plus users.
It seems about half and half. Like, Synapse has a build with Drop Roller, Red Shell has a build with Drop Roller. That's a +1 player and a +2 player. But then there are some other builds that they both have that have stealth jump instead. So it seems almost like an even split. Maybe a little bit more on the stealth jump side, but definitely consider running both.
Okay. I think I got myself. I say one more question. The Zipcaster, is it one of those specials that you don't usually have to focus on? Charging up when using the plus, or is it absolutely necessary to charge up the Zipcaster?
You definitely want to be getting it when you can. I wouldn't say that as an Octobrush, your job is to be a Zipcaster support, where you absolutely need your special all the time or anything like that. But if you're gonna get the special, then it's good to get it efficiently and get it quickly. So what I always advise is, if you're going to paint, commit to painting. Decide, I'm going to paint for special right now. A lot of the time, I paint for special when I notice that I'm pretty close to it anyway. And so I'll be like, oh, hey, I've only got like 4 bars to get it. I'm just going to paint for special right now. I'm just going to spend all of my time just getting the special as fast as I possibly can. And then I'm going to go and continue with what else I was doing. There's a certain decisiveness to it. You want to make sure that you're not like, I'm going to paint, and then I'm going to move, and then I'm going to fight this guy actually. No, wait, I'm going to paint actually because I need that special. Oh, shoot, I didn't get the special because I died. You know, if you try to do too many things at once, you're not doing any of them well. So when you're going to paint for special, just go for it. Just paint. When you're going to paint for movement, just go for it and paint that thing and then move into the ink that you painted.
And so doing multiple things at once, it can leave you indecisive of what your next move will be. So it's better to just focus on one thing at once.
Right. Because when you're, for example, focusing on painting, you can spend the time that you're spending painting, because it's just going to be this automatic thing that you do once you're used to the painting pattern. You're going to paint, and in the meantime, you can be looking out at the map and seeing what else is going on and what you'll want to do next. And then the thing that you're going to do next, you can have like queued up, ready to go. You don't have to stop and think. You can just go and move from one thing to the next smoothly. And that that makes you a lot faster.
Right. And I think that is all the questions I'm going to ask for tonight.
All right, awesome. I think we'll probably just do one more Octobrush game there, round it out, and then we'll call it.
Okay.
I'm so fast. Zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, I do 25 damage per bump. That's so much better.
Yeah. 25 makes a big difference. Ain't no water, but it does make a difference.
This is the important combo to be practicing for the brush mains out there.
Yeah. And the one with the win over your opponent, just give it a poke. Just give it a poke.
Yeah, the slap to bump to slap combo.
Yeah.
Bumper brushes meta. Okay, we got the map that's going to be harder to run this on, but we'll try and run it. Oh, goodness, we've got a couple of weapons that are going to want to be flanking, too.
Yeah. You got the heavy, though.
We'll see what the dualies are doing and try to respond to that as best we can. Because all of them are kind of going to want to draw enemy aggro and be annoying. So maybe we need to try and go in and slay sometimes, instead of being a distraction. We'll have to see. Okay, they know I'm coming, but at this point I don't really care. So during all that time, Jet's shooting at me, they're not shooting at my team. Unfortunately, nobody's on the tower during all that time, so they get to get all that space back. But now I've got this, and so we're going to come in from this angle. And now I'm behind them. And now I get out for free, and all of them are backing up. Yeah, this is a pretty solid Zipcaster map from my experience. Okay, we got a couple there. Just the Swiffer in position to be able to stop it. See how long they can tower dance for.
Wouldn't it be better to jump down from the left when you spawn?
It's a way that makes you less visible to the enemy team. Better depends on where it is they're going and what they're expecting and what weapons you have, but that is an idea. So there, I actually literally just bumped someone off the tower with the bumper brush, and that was how we were able to get the checkpoint. The nice thing about being able to push the brush down is that you're able to run around with it and dodge stuff while also painting your feet and making it difficult for them to get on the tower too. So, unfortunately they got through checkpoint there, but because I was able to draw some attention to the right, my teammate was able to get in from the left, and we collapsed on them eventually. I'm painting up a little bit there, which gets me partway to special, and noticing that I'm really close to getting special. I'm now going to pop it right here and try to do the same kind of play I made before. Got one with the zip, and I'm probably going to die here. Yeah, I didn't have a great zip the third time, so They didn't catch me, but I did a little bit of damage. Teammates followed up with that, and we get the KO.
The Weave Slider avenged you, that's for sure.
Yep.
That's another good win.
Brine Water Snowball. Yeah, there aren't a ton of ways out of the base. Like, it's really hard to get the last maybe 15 ticks of the tower because you're right next to their spawn and they have high ground over it, but if you get there with enough of an advantage, it can be pretty hard to stop, nevertheless. So,
yeah. Alright,
there we go.
What comes down to getting within waves? Hey, you got yourself a stamp.
Got the Zipcaster badge, there we go.
Hey!
Alright.
Oh.
Are you a pro or consider yourself as one? So even the players who are professional probably wouldn't consider themselves quote-unquote a pro. They probably wouldn't call themselves that. That's just not a term that people tend to use very much. But by the definition of am I a professional player, I mean I do exclusively make content for Splatoon, so does that mean I'm a pro player? Not exactly. I'm not the kind of person that you would sign to a professional team. Like, I'm not someone who would get scouted. I'm not at that level of play. I'm not on a top team. You usually see people referring to top players. Those are the players who win tournaments, who win major tournaments. So, no? Question mark, ... asterisk, you know? It's just not a term that you're going to see in the competitive community at all. Whether people call themselves pros.
So, yes and no. 50-50.
You're a professional player because playing is your profession. Actually, my profession is content creation. That's where the money's coming from. The money is not coming from me being good enough at a game that a team is paying money to put me on the team. The money is coming from me making YouTube videos. So, I don't know. I do play a lot of this game, and I do play competitively, but I am not at the highest level of play that there is. And to find the highest level of play that there is, we're going to be going back to the Ink TV Resurgence League next, and VOD reviewing some players that are what one would call pros. Alliance Rogue and Starburst. So if you don't have any questions, Photon Jet, I will say thank you so much for the lesson, and I'm going to head back over to that VOD review.
Thank you very much. Until then, have a good night, and stay fresh!
We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty. So, let's go to that. We've got a higher quality, hopefully, view of it than we had before, because this is the local recording that Spoon did, and so it should look a little bit nicer, hopefully. So, for those of you who were not here for the earlier part of the stream, this is a match from the Ink TV Resurgence League. This is a league that's being put on by Ink TV Splat, which Spoon and a number of other folks. Spoon was dropping in earlier, which is why they come to mind immediately. They're trying to build tournament structures and formats with high production value to try and make the scene look a little bit more professional, brush things up, make our scene stand out, construct more storylines, you know, do what's best for the community in making this. And this is a really interesting experiment, this league, in how to do that. They've got a bunch of the best teams in the Western scene, Alliance Rogue and Starburst being two of the absolute best. Alliance Rogue, one of two teams that you could argue are the best in Europe, and Starburst, the single team that just does not, from precedent, lose against any Western team. It takes a team from Japan to beat Starburst most of the time. Now, this was a match where they did actually lose, and it's the first time that they've lost a set in a very long time to a Western team. So we're VOD reviewing it because of that noteworthy achievement from Alliance Rogue and to see what happened and why it happened. YouTube videos of you doing what? Analyzing the game? Sometimes playing. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, replay codes are in the description of the video. Yes, I am aware of that. I think it's been working well enough. If if it weren't for the fact that we have this map view, you can't see my mouse. That's annoying. Can you see my mouse if I do this? Haha, there it is. So this right here, the map, is helping a lot with the, level of awareness I'm able to have. Oops, wrong scene. A level of awareness that I'm able to have from looking at the overhead view, but it's also giving me, I can click back and forth from the players to the overhead on the replay code, but it takes a while, and this kind of naturally does it for me in a way that is making it a little bit quicker to get through. So I don't want to necessarily go into every single play in great detail. This is potentially 9 matches. It's a lot of time to spend on it. So I think going through it this way with the spectator cam, it's good enough that I think it works. So, okay. Restream chat broke there for just a little bit, so if you weren't seeing your messages up on screen, they should be coming back now. Okay. Anyway, let's take a look here. Same comp that Alliance Rogue has been running a lot. What is going on with this tab? My god. It is not working right now. Let me reopen it. I can't get the chat for the life of me to show. Okay, there it should be good. Hopefully now I'll be able to see it okay. Something went wrong. Try reloading the page. I've done that 3 times. This is not helping. Okay, maybe I need to open the chats separately at this point. Try one more. Streaming. Go to chat. Enable chat timers. And then nothing. Very cool, Restream. Very cool. Okay, so I'm just going to pop out the Twitch and YouTube chats and refer to those. So I'm not being able to see it super well. Tab is EP. It had a long day. We're being very accommodating to inanimate objects here. Channel live chat, pop out chat, leave that. Bloop. Okay. Now it should be good. Oh, that's not what we want to be showing. We want to be showing not that either. Where? What? Why is it? Oh my god. We're supposed to show the video that we're watching, not the other thing that I switched over to that's in a different window. Oh boy, 1 second. We'll get this all fixed. There, see, now it's showing the right thing. Why wasn't it showing the right thing? Ugh. Hate technology. It's all evil. It was designed by the evil spirits to corrupt our minds. I feel bad for stuffies in stores because they're lonely. Oh dear. Anyway. Have yet to meet a teacher who hasn't cursed technology. True. True. We also have to acknowledge, though, that, like, books are technology. Like, There's only so far we can get with that line of reasoning. All right. So, SMH 98.1% like ratio, jump fell off. Oh my god. Honestly, a lower like to dislike ratio actually can mean that you're growing, because your content is expanding far enough outside of the target audience that you actually start to have haters. So the haters are the sign that you're actually doing something right. Anyway, so double machine, double splash. This is the first that Starburst has actually run this comp here. Now, this is a map mode where teams have run triple splash before. Like, this is a map mode where Crab is really particularly good. It becomes very difficult to push against it. So, not surprising to see that. I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to do with the Tri-Strike instead. Otherwise, looking pretty standard from both teams. And that is not what I wanted to click there. Okay. Is a fork technically considered technology? Well, yeah. It's an artificial thing that people made that helps them do stuff. No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument. Three ninja squids from Starburst there. Might signal a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more shark-based play. Nothing super surprising there. So Volti and Scar out here trying to isolate Bran, but Bran's just a little bit too far back for Volti to be able to help with. And they might be able to get Scar. Oh no, Scar does get the shots. So Volti's able to distract just long enough. Scar gets him. Another good pick from Volti. Coming up that ramp as a sharking weapon is really powerful because it's difficult for them to see from the angles that they've got. And Biscuit happens to be running away here that Volti sees. So they're able to just catch Biscuit, and Biscuit has to do the 180 to be able to get at him. Volti doesn't push any further because there is a crab there. And meanwhile, what's going on here? We've got someone out on the left-hand side for Alliance Rogue trying to collect clams. Actually, it looks like they're probably getting into position to crab tank on top mid from there. Zuka comes out. Okay, this Booyah should help them get in here. Volti's going to try and go in with the Booyah as cover, and we'll see how Starburst counterplays this. They threw the strikes at exactly the same spot that they threw the Booyah. Like, look, the strikes are landing there. The Booyah's landing in the same place. That feels like a little bit of a miscommunication. It's like, you're not getting any extra value out of that. You want to be spreading them around each other or something. But Volti gets one as Bagel retreats into that corner over there. Because, like, how in the world is Bagel supposed to know that this is coming? They've just had not just a Booyah Bomb, which would have been plenty, but also strikes thrown out here. And there's only so much space now that Bagel has to work with, so good job by Volti picking out the isolated player. And meantime, we've just got standard objective things happening with Alliance Rogue. We've got someone who's currently scoring. We've got someone who's walking back to try and score. And then we've got Volti trying to put pressure on the enemy team so they can't collapse on either of those isolated players. One really important thing that Alliance Rogue has done here is they have taken control of this area of the map. And now you can see my mouse. Why couldn't you see my mouse before? This is silly. They've taken control of this part of the map because this is really where the defense wants to be able to push back in from. This angle right here is a solid defensive position, but if that's all you've got, you don't have a lot of cover to work with. It's pretty easy for like a single machine to flush you out, or for a crab tank from up here to flush you out by itself. If you can come down from the right side and push in this way while someone's pushing this way, now you've got a pinch angle, and that's a lot harder for the attacking team to protect themselves from. That's what Bagel was trying to put himself in position for, but Volti was able to go in and cut him off using the cover of the Booyah Bomb and the Tri-Strikes. So they're not able to get that angle, and now Alliance Rogue has a lot of control. If Kiver can get this crab tank off from here, this is going to be a really good position for it. And they've got some clams to be scoring in the meantime. Down to 30. Alliance Rogue still has not lost control yet. Biscuit's now in a strong position on the left. They need Alliance Rogue needs this collapsed on in order to be able to keep the push going. Volti is able to get there. But it looks like Starburst is also using... I don't know if that was a crab tank that got popped. One second, let me back up and see if that's what happened. Yeah, crab tank gets insta-popped right there. And now that's going after Volti, and that forces him off. Ooh, they get Volti, though. So yeah, Alliance Rogue forced to back up completely because of that tank. 21, still pretty good damage for them. This is an interesting, like, micro play from Biscuit. So sloshes a couple times in this direction to make sure that there's nobody around the blind corner. Does one slosh there and then backs up, possibly like to bait something, possibly because he's just trying to check that one angle, and then he sloshes over here, and the backing up made Volti miss, and so now he's able to use his range back up and win this fight. Might have I didn't have the sound on. He might have clipped Volti in that process and known that he only needed to hit one direct. So Scar gets isolated over here on the right, and Biscuit hits him. And so now he's calling Bagel over to help. And in order to get them out of there, they end up tri-striking that spot to try and keep Scar safe. But by that time, it's too late. So a little bit... I don't know if I would have popped those as Gray. I mean, I guess it's the only way that he can help in that situation, but... by that time, you might need to just realize that the fight is lost and cut your losses, save the special for later. Volti does get a good sharking play over here on Biscuit, though. Notice how the way that Volti approaches this, and this is, again, really good for sharking weapon players to watch. You've got these two angles here, both of which Volti could have taken. Takes the one that's a little bit more off-center so that Biscuit is more likely to miss, and gets all the way up to Biscuit before engaging, and Biscuit has no chance. There's no way that Biscuit's weapon can possibly win that fight. Volti's in some trouble over there in the corner. Goes down, ultimately. Starburst does a good job of collapsing on that. But Starburst has not managed to actually, like, get a foothold in mid and start a push yet. The tri-strikes go up, and those I like because they split the team up. Ice is forced to go in this direction, while the rest of the team is forced to go right. So now Ice is kind of alone here, and if Ice gets rushed, that could be problematic. Although, the right side looks like it was really what they needed to control to be able to stop the objective from being played. Bran and Biscuits are able to get in. Someone goes down on left. I guess somebody targeted the crab, and it goes down. I don't really know what happened there. And Scar actually goes down on the left. What's happening on the left side here? I'm going to look at the map. So someone from top mid for Starburst gets one who is holding the power clam, and then turns around and gets the one who's trying to swing around and come behind Ice. So who's on top mid right now? They're like right over our heads. I don't know. So, okay, it's Brandon Biscuits, so that'd be Bagel up there. And Bagel, I believe, was one of the... is Bagel one of the... Yeah, Bagel's one of the splashes, so... So they just get solo plays off of that. Okay, so Ice scores, but... then just going to be able to pop crab. They're not going to be able to do too much else. Gray, noticing where Bagel is after, a couple of players going down, spots Bagel trying to ferry clams in and drops in and gets this pick. And this is safe because Gray knows where the crab is and that it can't hit this. and also knows that someone's going to want to be scoring right now. So there's only likely to be like one player out here in the middle getting clams and starting to move in. And so Gray knows that this is just like a 1v1. That, you know, they're not doing much to stop the scoring from happening, but like it's 1v3, what are they supposed to do? So getting this one isolated pick here is going to accelerate Alliance Rogue's ability to get back into this game. Get back from, you know, being scored on. Obviously, they're not behind. Ooh, and that's just an outplay right there. Like, Biscuit had the angle here, but missed too many shots before they got him down. So, good play from Gray there, and that'll really slow things down for Starburst. Only a push to 80. That is not what you're looking for at all. So they've got the machines here because they know that Volti is going to be hiding in this corner, and they're like, nope, 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 get out of that corner, leave, be gone. Booyah Bomb goes in so that Volti can get out of that corner, but Volti is still under attack from another direction. Okay, so what's going on over here in the meantime? Booyah Bomb goes out. Does Volti go in? Volti does get someone. I think it was the machine that was Booyah Bombing, right? Yeah, they pop it right there. So Volti is able to shred the Booyah Bomb here. Even though it does go down. And then Volti kind of has to back up because there's no ink to push into and there's nobody else up there with them. They just... Oh, they Zuka. Did they use the Zuka to... No, they got the splat and then popped the Zuka to try and continue from there. But they just didn't have anything to stand on. So it looks like what Volti's trying to do there, knowing that their feet are painted, that like they can't really get out, is they're trying to just pop the Zuka and see if they can get a second one before they go down. Where is the pressure from AR right now? They've got someone on the far left, and so then Volti goes down and the right side falls off. Yeah, and that's smart. Like, generally, when you are pushing, you want one person, at least, to be trying to come over the bridge, because it's the only way that you get to the basket from an off angle. What am I looking at? I lost track of where we are in the game. Okay, here we go. So here's where Volti goes down. And AR just gets backed up. Brand gets in a really powerful position, and the right side isn't going anywhere. This right here, defensive painting. Great example of defensive painting. They're, you know, taking map control back. They're painting and taking space, but they're not hard committing into this area until they know where everybody is. Volti is back in play. They could be sharking anywhere. And during this time, look at the wide view that Ice gets of the map to be able to look out and see where the enemy team is. This is really great for information collecting, and it's also getting Ice closer to the special. There's a lot of really good things that are happening all at once because Ice is committing to just painting. They're not trying to paint and then, you know, immediately take a fight before they've finished painting. They're, you know, just taking their time, getting the paint down that they need, and then moving up. They wait for the special to go off. Ooh. It's a little unfortunate there that they get, like, right on top of Bran when this happens, because some of the damage, I think, gets done to both players. I think if Ice just swings around a little bit further to the right. Wasn't necessarily expecting Volti to be there, it looks like. They were just kind of painting that to make sure that nobody came from there, but then Volti did. And sometimes that just... You know, sometimes you paint something, but you're a short enough ranged weapon that while you're painting it, they're able to get on top of you before you actually hit them with anything. Zelor asks, do you have any videos on when or how you should be sharking with a frontline weapon? I'm not sure I have videos on that. Sharking is something that you do to get picks. And there are times where you want picks, and then there are times where other things are important. Because sometimes you know, getting a pick wouldn't change much about the game. Sometimes you don't have enough paint to try and go for a shark. But if you want, you know, a good idea of how and when to actually go for picks, to go for sharks, I mean, just look at Volti. Volti is playing Carbon Deco, which is, in my opinion, the best ambush predator weapon in the game. The best weapon that's going to be sharking for as long as possible. And Volti's making it work here. So, is Bagel the only SB member without Ninja Squid? Yes, in this case. When was the last time Starburst dropped a set versus an NA team? This isn't an NA team. Alliance Rogue is European. I don't know. It's been a while. I know that the replay codes are in the description, and I'm choosing to just watch from here, because going back and forth from player view to overhead view is going to take an amount of time that I don't want to have add up over the course of 9 games. But I do know that they're there, and I appreciate you letting me know. So Biscuit goes in for an engagement. I'm surprised that Biscuit goes for this, honestly, knowing that, like, Volti just got someone over here. I don't know, like, what Biscuit thought was happening with Volti. Volti just kind of got a quad there, huh? Well, here's the Zuka. It hits the floor, unfortunately. There are times where I will fire a Trizuka knowing that one of the shots is going to hit the wall, because I know that some other shots are not going to hit the wall. And that if I don't angle it in that particular way, they're going to go over the top of someone's heads. So, like, it's not the, I totally understand Volti hitting the floor with some of those shots, because sometimes that's just the angle that you need. But doesn't quite, you can see what the idea was, that they're expecting someone to be running towards the basket, and so they're hoping to catch them that way. It doesn't end up working out, but they're still able to get the basket open and score literally 1 point. So, probably not worth, but oh well. Starburst gets in, and they're trying to aggress the front here. I'm just thinking, like, how do they punch through? They get a pick there. They get Crab. They've got Booyah Bombs. But, like, who's forward to do anything with these specials? We've got a Booyah Bomb that went off. We had someone who was trying to go a little bit further forward who got splatted. We've got this Crab tank that nobody's pushing forward with. It feels like this is really difficult for them to push up with. And as crazy as it might be to say, I feel like it might be a comp thing. Like, because Alliance Rogue's play here for getting forward is put down specials that smoke screen so Volti can get in and get easy picks. And because that's been working, they've opened Starburst up a lot. Starburst is, like, really good at recovering. They're really good at, like, getting isolated picks and trying to snowball with specials, but they're not good at just, like, punching through and getting the enemy team out of the way. Like, that's not happened at all so far this game. They have not been able to establish a hold on the enemy basket. They haven't been able to get around that corner. They've had a lot of pressure. They've had people up on the left side great and, like, threatening to move in, but somebody always ends up going down on the right-hand side, and the play always falls apart from there. I'm just wondering if, like, the comp might not be aggressive enough. With Crab Tank being less reliable at getting picks because of how much more lag time there is on everything, like, maybe double splash, double machine isn't going to work anymore, because the machines, they're aggressive weapons, but they move forward kind of slow. They don't have, like, very immediate kill times, so they need to play the zoning game. The splash, every so often a splash is going to have to rotate backwards to be able to get Crab Tank. I'm just wondering if this comp works on this patch. You might want something a little bit more aggressive. What in the world is going on? So somebody goes down on left for Starburst. So Ice pops crab to try and hold that side, and then AR decides to drop over on the right since there's a crab tank, and they want to play opposite that. They drop down, catch Bran. They also catch whoever was over there on the right, and the camera's flickering around too much to see it. So, good play from AR. Who goes down here? So, Volty goes down. Oh, okay, so they died to the Booyah Bomb after getting Bran. Kiver sneaks out of there, knowing that everyone's watching it now. Gets back together with Gray. And again, Alliance Robe doesn't have to push very much. 20 points to 80. The pressure is all on Starburst here to do something. Kiver's got a crab tank ready to pop at top mid, just waiting out the crab from the other side. Decides to back up because they're going to get pushed in by that crab. Oh, but that's a beautiful position. Oh my god, this is gorgeous. So, Volty goes in top mid and drops down amidst them. And that's going to scramble Starburst because they have to deal with a carbon all of a sudden. And during that time, Kiver has got a shooting gallery. It's too easy. Volty even gets away with this because the people that are getting shot at here are the ones who are going after Volty. So Volty gets in, gets everyone to look at him, doesn't even engage. It's all Kiver. Beautiful, beautiful coordinated play right there. And like, when Starburst pops a crab, I'm thinking like, who do they have to actually dive in and flush people out into positions they can look at the crab from? They've got the splash, so the other splash would have to be going up and going aggressive for that. Otherwise, they've got like a machine that's going to walk forward a little bit more slowly. When the crab pops, people are going to try and run away from it. So walking forward slowly, that's probably just going to let Alliance Rogue get away a little bit. I want to look back at Starburst's push and see if that pattern kind of holds for what I'm thinking there. So, okay. So they've got a machine up in front, and that's it. Machine goes down with a trade, so now there's nobody holding the front line. Ice backs up to Crab. Biscuit is going to try and go in, I guess? Oh, where did Biscuit go? That's... it looks like Biscuit goes down right as soon as the camera... Oh, no, that's Bran that goes down. So, far left side... Oh, do they pop Booyah? Where are they? Okay, let's see on the map. Okay, they're all the way over on the far left side, trying to hold that off. But there's nobody at the front. Oh, and okay, Biscuit flanks around to there. That's where Biscuit comes from. So there's a trade. Then Ice pops Crab. Biscuit gets in, but there's nobody else holding off the front. Gray doesn't actually come from the front. Gray comes from the side here. So this is more just a good play on Gray's part, I think, to stall things. And also maybe a little bit on Starburst for just not having the clams ready to go. Well, they had the clams. They just got flanked and splatted. And by the time anyone could get control of the situation, the opening was down. And then let's go back and look at the AR push. See how they get that. So Ice is down. Booyah goes in. Volty goes in with the Booyah. And look at how deep Volty is and how much of a disruption that is. And they've got everyone else so much further forward. And they get Kiver up into the base with the crab tanks instead of having to crab tank from like back here. So maybe that's partly special usage too. Because it is, you know, the Booyah from the machine that gets them in. But do they need two machines for that? Something to think about. If nothing else, it's a comp that they've got practiced, so that's got to be worth it for something. Okay, so is this the play where they get the two down with the crab? No, I think we're... Here's the play where they get 2 down with the grab. Man, that was so good. Okay, and so now, how do they punch through? They just run forward because they've got numbers advantage, and they win the game. Okay. So Ice goes back onto the Jet Squelcher here. This is zones now. No, wait. This is still clams. They've got one more. Because it's 1-to-1, I believe. It is 1-to-1, right? Yeah. Because I remember Starburst were looking good on Inkblot there. We've got a raid from Robeck. That's not Robbie, like the Robbie and Tomodachi? Or Tomodachi? I think it's Tomodachi. Me. It is them. Excellent. Welcome, everybody. We're looking at the upset of Starburst by Alliance Rogue here. We've just made it through game 2 of the second set, so this is going to be game 6 of potentially 9, depending on how Splat Zones goes. Looking at what Alliance Rogue is doing around the Carbon Roller to make that function here, because they've got Volti playing for them. And thinking about comps, also considering, like, are there these, like, major obvious mistakes that Starburst is making? Because Bran went onto Twitter to say that he felt like they weren't playing very well, that there were definitely some very winnable matches. So they said especially in the Splat Zone set, so I want to see what's going on with that. Away we go. Eventually, once we get there. There. Okay, so, like we said, we've got the same comp that Starburst has run a lot here, where they're running the Sea-Jet, 2 splashes, and the machine. And then this is the same comp that AR was just running in the last game too, and have been running for some time now. So Scar does exactly the same thing that they did on Museum earlier, and drops out to the right side and immediately starts going after Ice. And this time he catches Ice. So this feels like, I don't know, maybe Ice didn't remember, or maybe thought he was ready for it and wasn't. But yeah, Scar did this earlier. And it looks like we've got Kiver and Volti following up on the right side just like they did, pushing from right to left. And this works really well for them. They get 3 down. So what could Starburst be doing differently here? I feel like one thing they could be doing is going on the aggressive sooner. Like, look at the map right now and how painted up it is right when the first player goes down. Like, AR are just moving out quicker, and that means that they're getting more paint on the ground. And because, like, if Starburst gets out early and they're a little bit more packed up, I bet they can just collapse on Scar and trade him. I bet they can catch, Kiver or Volti in mid somewhere and find them out. But their comp is a little bit... I don't know if it's their comp that's a little bit sluggish or it's just their game plan is a little bit sluggish, but, like, AR is, like, really, really deep before I feel like Starburst are even looking for fights at all. So that ends up going in AR's favor. And again, like, look at how much yellow ink there is now. They're going to be able to push up really quickly off of that. Volty gonna just sneak through, get the power clam. Probably just die for that. That's totally fine. They even got a flick out afterwards. Kiver gonna... So, something that's you don't see enough in solo queue is people trying to use the grates on the spinner here, because the height gives you a little bit of extra distance to throw clams with, effectively. It's not that you're throwing them any further, it's just that they have further to fall before they're too low to hit the basket. So they're going to keep going forward more. But Kiver's taking advantage of that to get a couple of points in, and then very smart jumping in such a way to throw those clams so that he lands behind cover before Bran's going to be able to get in position to stop it. Bran wins the right side peak there, but Scar is able to trade back. That's confusing. So it shows splatted AR Kiver, and then it shows splatted SB Bran, and it keeps them on the same level on the spectator camera. That's really weird. It's like, Scar splatted his teammate. Friendly fire is in Splatoon. Biscuit trades back. Volty almost gets him there. So Biscuit's pushing up into the middle of the map. They're just trying to get forward. Like, they're not trying to get control of mid because they want to bypass mid entirely. But in the meantime, by focusing on the right so much, AR, you see Gray is over here, Scar is over here. This could be interesting. This could be a little bit of a base race. Oh no, they just get in on the flank. Ice is the clam holder here. And they get on top of Ice before Ice even knows what's hitting him. So the whole plan is going to fall apart there. The crab has to look in the opposite direction, has to go evasive, and it's going to get shredded, and it's going to go down here in all likelihood. I think that happens there. Yes, it goes down right there. AR is taking fights in a bunch of different places at once right now, which might not go in their favor. Yeah, Biscuit gets that. Scar gets here in time, though. So good job from Gray to draw that out long enough that the team was able to be there. Like, trust that the teammates were going to be able to handle the crab and get forward in time to make this play work. Like, the speed is definitely there for Alliance Rogue right now. Like, they've just played faster in this game. They've been further forward than Starburst has expected them every single fight that they've taken so far. Nope, that's probably not where they meant to put that. Happens to the best of us. And I can say that not because I'm the best of us, but because Scar is. Ice catches Scar here, and yeah, Scar not really going to be able to do much more than walk forward like a zombie and try to go after him. So good use of specials to clear the plat here from Starburst. They catch Volty, and they just kind of snowball from there. Catch more. Scar goes for the shark, which doesn't end up working, and because he goes for the shark, he's leaving his teammates behind him in disadvantageous engagement. So this leads to an isolation. Ice is able to win that. An isolation. They get the last player to jump out over there. Ooh, someone goes down, though. That was a sneaky play there that will really slow things down. That's Volty, yeah. So something I'm noticing is that, like, Alliance Rogue has been extremely aggressive when they're behind. Like, they'll have solo players go in there and just take flank or shark 1v1s or 1v2s to slow the other team down. And they're not caring too much about losing those players because they're likely to trade. And then their team is spawning back in to be able to slow the enemy team down further. I haven't seen as much of that from Starburst here. Ice is able to get Scar there. Yeah, Starburst is known for playing a little bit more on the methodical side. Like, even in earlier metas, back in Splatoon 2. In Splatoon 2, in Riptide Grand Finals, FT Win was playing a really standard aggressive comp for the time, and Starburst just played like 96 Jet Squelcher, Dually Squelchers, and Rapid Blaster. Like, all midline weapons, all really long-ranged weapons. And they were comfortable doing that. And I feel like we're seeing a little bit of that here, too, where they're playing the control comp. They're playing to never lose control. They're playing to, like, make pushes that are safe, rather than to scuffle, to get in there and, like, take scrappy engagements. And so when Volty goes in and wants to scrap and gets in, he's getting a lot of value. Because their team isn't built to scrap. Their team is built to know what they're walking into. So when Kiver or Volty shark, it feels like they're not noticing it. It's a very sharkable team comp, I guess. So you get on top of a machine, machine's probably dead. If you're one of those weapons. You get on top of a jet, jet's in trouble. The splash can wiggle out of those kinds of things, but also a lot of the time the splashes are going to want to be back popping crab tanks or something. So I feel like this speaks to kind of the challenge right now of relying on specials to get you in, because there aren't a lot of specials that are good at doing that, and they're not on the weapons you would want to have them. You'd love to be able to pop like missiles or a booyah bomb with a weapon that can just run forward and get into the enemy team's faces and take advantage of the displacement. And the devs haven't given a weapon those kinds of specials. So you need something like hyper aggressive as a main weapon to punch through, it seems like right now. Because we're seeing a lot of Tetras, we're seeing a lot of Wiper, we're here seeing a Carbon Deco, which is working really well at doing that. I don't know. One possible conclusion, one hypothesis to test out of this is Starburst's comp too passive? Like, they as players are definitely aggressive. Like, I'm not going to take, anything away from their positioning, their knowledge of the pace of the game. I just don't know if what they're bringing to the table in terms of their weapon choices is allowing them the speed they need. So that's something that I'm thinking about. That's not something I'm going to outright say. That's not something that I feel like I can conclude from just this one set. But it's a thought that I'm entertaining. So, scrappy fights over there in the corner. Nobody really getting that much of an advantage here. Volty goes in to consider whether they can go for that pick on the left. Decide that they don't have the range, and they're kind of out here in the open. I think dropping was maybe a little hasty on their part, although with the tri-strikes coming in, they were able to trade Biscuit back, but that feels like more resources used by AR, if anything. Scar's over on the far right, meantime. Ends up getting someone, I think. Oh, hold on. They flipped perspectives for a second, and it threw me off. So, God, stop doing that. So Volty goes down here. Then Kiver and Tri-Strikes trade Biscuit back. Meantime, Scar drops out right side. And what are they going for? They're going for Bran? Bran ends up getting Scar, yeah. Okay. I've got it pieced together in my head now. Yeah, that was maybe a little over-aggressive from Scar, just because, like, making those plays before, there was always someone who was there to follow up. Gray was there when, you know, they just kind of snuck in onto the enemy plat and took out Ice. On all of the openers, they've had Kiver or Volti running through the middle to meet Scar on the right side and then push left. There, it was kind of just Scar on their own. So, you know, dropping into enemy ink, they're probably going to get spotted out by that. Volti, where'd you come from? Oh, Volti jumps across from mid there is what happens. So Volti's right here. Uses the cover of the strikes. Okay, this looks coordinated. Volti starts moving, and then Scar immediately puts a fizzy bomb down here to get everyone to look to the left. And then Volti comes in from this side. So this seems like this is a sort of play that Alliance Rogue have planned on. Because this happened earlier where Volti dove in, and then Kiver had the crab ready to go. It feels like they're pairing off in twos and being like, distract this side so I can go in over here, or something like that. That is a strong position for Volti. And notice how Volti actually drops back right here. So Volti goes for this, doesn't get the immediate kill, and then just leaves. Because now Scar is already engaging in this direction. This is how, as a fighting pair, you trade off between skirmishing and slaying. Scar skirmished, got everyone's attention, got everyone engaged on the left-hand side, and Volti slayed by getting Ice. But then, when everyone turned to look at Volti, the roles swapped. Volti is now the skirmisher, Scar is now the slayer. And so they're going to get brand clean, and the two of them are going to sandwich onto Biscuit. Beautifully played there between Volti and Scar. That by itself opened the game up. They won a 2v3, and in the meantime, notice Kiver and... God, I'm blanking on who else is on the team. Gray. Both have power clams, and they're ready to score. Yeah, that slosh got eaten by the video game, and Scar was not able to move. Love how that was what they focused on. So, and everybody else is in the basket, starting to score. Kiver's got a crab right there. Ooh, that would have won the game right there. They might still do it yet. So part of the advantage of, you know, it only taking 2 players to win that fight is that everybody else had time to build up all their resources, all of their clams. So we've got the crab tank up here. We've got Scar and Volti who are playing the right and left side. Volti starts scoring, but then skirmishes backwards. Scar comes in to try and help fight Bran. Yeah, if that power clam goes up and in. They were trying to do the thing with the crab tank where you wait until it gets shredded and then just like mash the A button. So like you sit there in ball form and then mash the A button to score as soon as the ball gets shredded, but it looks like they got splatted too soon. I think that's if I remember correctly, and I'm actually gonna go test this in recon mode real quick. I think when they added the extra delay at the end of when a crab tank is shredded, I think that's what they did to it. That might have had an impact here. I'm gonna go and check out the I'm gonna go check that out in recon real quick. Hi Buwad, how's it going? How is that how it's pronounced? Buwad, Buwad? I don't know. So we want clam blitz, and we just want a really... Oh, wait. I need to be running a crab weapon. There we go. Buwad. Got it. Thank you. So we go to clam blitz, and then let's just go to, like, mahi, because it's small. Easy to get all the clams. So we're gonna get a power clam. I guess it's not really gonna shred, so maybe this isn't a perfect example. But so I'm gonna wait until this expires, and I'm gonna be mashing the A button. Yeah, there's a bit of delay there, and that's enough time to splat someone. So as long as that carries over when the crab gets shredded, it looks like that's what they're taking advantage of here. Because I think it used to be a much shorter animation there before they nerfed crab. I think that was one of the things that got changed about it. So it's less cheesy now. And they were trying to cheese for that last power clam in. Even so, they are not hurting at all for a push to 8. Even if they're going to get forced away here. Notice the sloshing machine that Starburst has on the top left. Very strong defensive position right there. Something that lets you see from a variety of different angles. It's one of the weapons that can hit up over the top of this pillow, which is why they're putting that one there as opposed to other weapons. You would probably have seen the jet going up top right to use its range from the high ground there if they had had time to get involved in this. And they just walk forward and take out the remaining 2. So Starburst are still in the game, but they've got to push for 93 points if they want to win here. It's a lot of points, by the way. Three times 31. So 31 individual clams. Or they could get there in power clams with 4 plus... I can see 80... 4 plus 5 individual clams. That's going to require multiple wipes in all likelihood if they're going to do it in one push. So Bagel, again, using this really powerful high ground position that you can get to, because getting up to that grate is really easy and safe to do because you're on the other side of the spinner. They can't hit you as you climb. So as long as you've got someone on that plat with you, it's definitely something you can go for. So they clear out the top right here with the crab, which is an important defensive position. Then they turn to help the fight that's behind them. Nobody's got a power clam, though. The one that was behind it looks like broke. So they need to back up a little bit. It was a great play by Bagel, just the counter comes in from... Where does AR drop here? Need to back up a second. Okay, so it's right here. They've got someone who dropped in from bottom right that we can see on the map. They pop the power clam holder, and then somebody from around the left-hand side, it looks like, catches someone as they swing around the right to try and score. So the crab tank does get value, but AR wasn't really interested in holding from the front. They had 2 people coming in from behind the whole time, which is smart, I think, because, like, that does leave the possibility that someone scores, but what it also does is it prevents... When you have nobody able to get back out into mid after you've scored the clams that you brought to the basket, that it's kind of like cutting off the supply chain. You just lose the push, and so it's a more guaranteed way to make the push end to cut them off. Like in Splatoon 2 on Piranha Pit clams, the optimal defensive play was to send a player or 2 out on the far right and cut off the players, like actually quarantine them at your basket so that they couldn't go back and get more clams, because defending from the basket was so hard. And it feels like they're making a similar kind of play here, which is smart given that they're this far in the lead. It's also smart because Starburst has multiple times now... Excuse me, I need to get some water at some point here. Starburst has multiple times now had Ice holding the power clam behind everyone and not been watching the flank hard enough. They've been focused on what's in front of them and not what's beside them. And that right side flank from AR has come in repeatedly. And it's a couple of times now that they've gotten Ice while Ice was holding the power clam that Starburst needed to score. So Starburst is winning in front, but that's not where the fight is that Alliance Rogue even wants to take. And they're not dropping down to just try and save that power clam because they don't know where Scar is at this point. Scar drops down below the ledge, and if Biscuit goes and tries to pick that up, Scar is going to have eyes on them immediately and is going to hit the first shot. So they would need multiple players to drop in there, and that would mean completely forfeiting the enemy plat, at which point, what's the point of having it? We're going to need to start a push again anyway, so... Yeah, smart play there from AR. All right, so Starburst getting poised to try and make this final push. They get the crab out from Kiver. Kiver gets Bran with it, so they're not going to be able to do too much here. Bagel just trying to go up there and throw burst bombs at Gray, but Gray has shots on them too soon there. Oh, wait, is it a bomb? Oh, it's the... What? No, it's the crab tank. Kiver gets them with the crab tank. Or maybe Volti from underneath. Hard to say. But yeah, at that point, Bagel's just in deeper than the team can support. They don't have multiple angles of attack right here. Biscuit is, like, kind of stuck down on the bottom left. Doesn't actually even go for the bottom left-hand push. So there's no pressure whatsoever on Gray. Gray can do whatever they want. Gray ends up skirmishing so Kiver can get the pick. I don't know. I feel like having someone go in over the box might have helped there, even though there's the crab tank in the way. Maybe at least standing on the box to try and go after Gray. They needed something to protect Bagel up there, because otherwise Alliance Rogue had too many different angles covered for them to make the push. So we've got a Booyah Bomb, but Biscuit is in a dangerous place. Okay, is able to win that 1v1, and then this is something that FLC talks about all the time, continuation. As soon as Biscuit gets that pick, they're popping the Booyah Bomb here to keep themselves safe from being traded back. And since they're safe from being traded back now, that becomes a one clean pick instead of being a 1-for-1. Bran moves up to get the crab in position. Losing 2 at this point in the game is probably GG. That push to the basket needs to really be safe, because otherwise now it's just a 4v2. Like, how do you get 73 points scored in a 2v4? Even if one of them's a crab. Now it's just the crab. Crab goes down. Game over. So AR win it. And again, the issue has seemed to be that Starburst are not getting explosive enough leads that they're able to actually get set up in the enemy base. They're not winning fights hard enough and snowballing fast enough that they're able to get that that lockout hold that AR are getting occasionally. Okay, a bunch of specials go out. Nobody down yet. How did they get Bagel? Are those just headshots? Yeah, no, that was an assist. What's happening here? Oh, it was missiles. It was missiles on the landing on top of the crab tank. That's what happens. Okay. So we should talk about the comp here for a second, because these are two comps that we have not seen yet today, and some weapon choices we have not seen yet. So Alliance Rogue switching it up in a big way. It looks like they're just not trusting the carbon deco on this map because the flank routes are so linear. They're instead going for the Flingza so that they can use the narrowness of the map to get missiles off. And then pairing with that, they've got a Stamper now. So this is a much more chip damage oriented comp from Alliance Rogue. They're going for the missiles to damage someone somewhat, and then the Stamper to be able to damage them somewhat, and then the machine to be able to damage them somewhat, and the Splash to be able to follow up with burst bombs. So that makes a lot of sense to me in that regard. And then Ice pulling out a Splatling for the first time in the set. Otherwise, double splash machine like they've had so far. Heavy on this map is no surprise at all. There are a bunch of really good wave breaker placements, and the Heavy holds down mid really well. So I'm not surprised to see that here. Ice has played Heavy in a number of different places, and this is definitely one where I have to imagine it'd be good. FLC was, and I know I'm like 7 minutes behind on this. FLC was very critical on Discord of Ice picking up the freebie 3 times in this game and getting picked off every time for it. Yeah. I think, like, it's not even necessarily the biggest problem that he had the clam if he stayed safe with it. Because, like, a lot of the time he's picking it up, like, it seems like Starburst has some kind of control, some kind of way forward, but he's in the back of the team the whole time, right near one of the most common flank routes on those maps. That's like, you know, even if they hadn't seen Ice because of the power clam, he was still in a vulnerable position. He was still far enough back and not checking the flanks that those were just going to come in and grab him every time. Thought experiments. If an AI learned to play Splatoon, do you think it would follow conventional meta understanding, or do you think it would find something ridiculous because it could play perfectly? Yeah, I mean, there are probably a lot of very exploitable weapons that would be very exploitable by something that can aimbot. What would have like the highest DPS? I have to think like Ballpoint might be in the running for it, because those short range shots have extremely high DPS, and so that, and they would have like perfect inkjet accuracy, so that might be of interest. I don't know. Bots would also make inkjet shots miss. They probably would like Crab Tank a lot, or I'd say Crab Tank. They probably would like Splash-O-Matic a lot because it has perfect accuracy, and they're able to use the full move speed of it and everything. I don't know if they would like Machine or not. Interesting thought. Why Heavy and not Ballpoint? I guess the question between Heavy and Ballpoint on this map is, do you get more out of the Inkjet and the main weapon combined than you do out of a Wave Breaker? Wave Breaker on this map is really strong, and with Starburst playing as deliberately as they tend to do, pushing up with the Inkjet in the air might just not be their style. I don't know. We'll see how it ends up playing out. Feels like a read on the Wave Breaker for the Carbon. That would make sense. Looking for sharks. Yeah, because this is a comp that like AR has not run at all so far in the last 6 games. So like you can't really read that this is what's going to happen here. So they get one clean, then Biscuit comes and trades it back, but only gets trade. So AR is up 3v2, but Kiver is in Ice's line of sight. So let's see if Kiver can live. Is Kiver a liver? Somebody else goes down. It's not Scar who's on the machine now. Who's on the machine? Is that Volty? Volty's on the machine. Okay. So Volty switches off machine, so now it's Gray who's on the Flingza. Okay. I thought that Volty just switched off onto the Flingza. But no, they're on the machine now. So Volty gets picked in the meantime, which makes this even. Gray's going to try and hold zone as best he can, but Ice is moving up A good aggressive play there on Kiver, and he's got help from the left. He's able to kind of back up and kite a little bit, but nobody's really diving in there. I feel like that was a moment where they really wanted to be getting their frontliners up onto the other side of the zone and did not. Like, if Ice is up that far, then he needs frontliners to be up that far to support the play. Because they can continue to trade and snowball that forward, but they've got to get forward there. I feel like maybe they're playing a little bit too scared of dying on zone. Because now their missiles pushing them back. Bagel's just absolutely cornered, has to back all the way up. Like, they just lost a lot of space in a situation where they had an advantage. Good job winning the fight on right, though. So, Volty and Scar get caught in rotation by Biscuit, who had only retreated so far from mid. Gets the pick there. And they're able to put enough firepower up to shred the Booyah Bomb that Volty's trying to use to survive. It's just Kiver, probably going to get mobbed, yep. And we've got control now. So let's see them. They kind of want to be getting up maybe a little further. I don't know. They spot Volty. They go for Volty. It looks like they're playing to wait for the other team to isolate someone at this point, which I think is smart, because Alliance Rogue has absolutely been isolating players. They've been going out on all these flanks and all these different directions at the same time, and if you just collapse on one of those players, you can get a numbers advantage that way, and then you don't have to worry so much about having to punch through. So Scar is still down. When did that happen? So Scar goes down during the camera pan. Where does this happen? Oh, he zipcasts in on the right and just insta-dies. So he's to our back left right now. Yeah, he's to our back left right now on camera. Getting splatted by someone in the back line of Starburst. And then Volty goes down. Where does Volty go down? Volty went down. Oh, Volty went down here. Okay. And then Scar goes in and tries to zip cast. So Starburst going to be able to hold the zone from here. Crab Tank notwithstanding. The Crab Tank is smart still, because the Crab Tank is going to make it so that Starburst can't push past the zone here. If they were to get past the zone and get set up, that would be dangerous, because they'd have a heavy installed, they'd have a couple of Crab Tanks, they'd have a machine. Those are all weapons that are very difficult to push in against. But if they can't ever get to that position where they get installed, then it's going to be an easier push back in for Alliance Rogue. Unfortunately, Alliance Rogue is continuing to stagger. It looks like Gray goes down again on the Stamper. They're able to trade Biscuit back for that, but Volty's in some trouble here. Has to back out and just play around the Booyah instead. Booyah is going to go out onto the zone, and they're not going to be able to do too much with that because there's a Crab Tank in the way. Crab Tank and a Heavy. That's one thing about this. Like, you love to have, both sides of the mid pole being covered by, like, sustained fire from, like, a Heavy or a Crab or something. And with double Crab plus Heavy, you can just always have that. The Heavy's on one side. Whoever's got a Crab has got it on the other side. So they're going to have control of the zone for a lot longer there. Okay, Zip is coming over the top. They're just trying to use the high ground here. And it does push Starburst away from the zone enough that Alliance Rogue caps. Now they've got the Crab out, and they win a fight on the left. Volty and Kiver combining to take out Brand there. If Volty can get this on Biscuit, that's huge. Ooh, that's massive. AR has got so much control right now. Even if Ice trades back, and Ice doesn't. And look how far forward AR is right now. I don't feel like Starburst has been this far forward on the map, even when they've had control. Crab comes out. Almost catches Kiver there. They're going down to, you know, maybe fish for it, but they realize they're not going to get too much. Brand gets the crab a little bit further forward. They're probably going to get the cap here at some point soon. Yeah, that'll be the cap. So they get 2 for that, where only 1 goes down in return. The crab on the bottom left, it looks like, actually goes down here. Good job by Brand to hold that zone. Make sure that they get the value that they used the specials for. They're going to back up a little bit. Probably try and just contest the zone with paint. Hello? Is this part of the VOD? Whoa, okay, we're getting some stuttering here. Oh dear, we're losing whole chunks of it at a time. Okay, so Gray goes down at some point. Again, I could go to the replay codes, but this is like 10 seconds. If it doesn't keep happening, then I'll just stay here. So it's still pretty even. Nobody's made any huge plays around it. 2 members of AR go down. Starburst finally get the zone capped. And they're just going to push in a little bit deeper there. Okay, this is Starburst's chance. They really need to make this count. They need to show that they can hold against AR pushing in. So the missiles are going to go out here. Ice is already aiming at someone who's pushing up. Aiming at Volty, it looks like. Brand's trying to dive in. And Gray ends up going down first. Gets traded on the left side. So there are 2 fights at once. 1 wins, 1 loses. Which is the most likely outcome when that happens. Bagel and Biscuit might be out of position here because it's only Ice that's left to paint the zone. AR could probably cap here because Bagel and Biscuit are so far away from it without them being able to come into play. It wouldn't be the end of the world for Starburst because they've still got these advanced positions, but that slows them down a lot. And actually, they're kind of getting stopped here. They got forced really far back there off of that. Okay, 2 down again. They recap the zone. And, like, for now, Alliance Rogue is fine. Because Alliance Rogue has been able to consistently cap the zone out of retake, even though they may not have won every fight so far. If the Starburst is going to hold, it's going to be now, because they've got 3 specials and the zone cap. Like, even then, they're still... Look at how far back they are, and how... Okay, so they're using the Booyah Bomb to force Volty and Kiver over into Bagel's crab tank here. So hopefully this gets some value. That's 1 down. That's 2 down. Ice on the zone. Biscuit goes down on the left. So that was just Scar having range and Ice not being able to protect him in time. So that opens up the left a little bit, especially with the crab tank moving over there. But the Zipcaster comes in over the top right. That's not going to work. Ice shoots that down. They just need to hold for a couple more seconds, and they should have lead here. So now they're going to go for KO. Gray going to need to have missiles. Oh, they're not going to have missiles in time. They get 1. They really need the zone to flip here. It does flip. So AR is still in this. Missiles will scramble Starburst for a little bit. Crab tank goes out. The crab tank is safe here because the missiles are all just going to fall on top of glass. So they can just keep doing what they were doing, and that ends up getting them a pick. So smart use of that, because it looked like AR was trying to push in with those missiles, and the missiles didn't have the intended effect on that player that they tried to push. Zipcaster gets shot before it can even move. Great play from Bran there. Kiver just immediately taken out. So Starburst should be able to win this. This should definitely be their game. Yep. All right. So Starburst did enough in that hold that they got right here. So they get control. They have multiple specials. One goes down, but they're able to... It feels like Scar... I keep mixing up Crane Scar. It feels like Scar may not have been as experienced on the Stamper there. I don't think I've seen them play it before. I'm sure they have, just not in matches I've seen. And it felt like they were kind of always down there. So it's a difficult map mode for them, I figure, because it forces them off of the comp they're comfortable with. If they didn't want the carbon, then how are they getting in? They're trying to use like a control sort of chip-oriented comp themselves, and it feels like that's a lot more Starburst's thing. What on earth? We have got a reflux. That is not what I was expecting. Excuse me. So Alliance Rogue pulling out the comp that we've seen more than any other comp so far. And then Starburst with Double Machine, which not super surprising. This map is really good for buckets. They're going for a Neo Splash. On this map, it's kind of hard to find good crab angles. There are a few, but they're not as plentiful. And on zones, especially when you're not going to be playing the places where you want a crab for as often in the game, I think it makes some sense to go for something else. More sense than on other maps, at least. But I wasn't expecting the reflux. It's a paint bot for missiles, is what the reflux is. And maybe they were seeing what effect the missiles were having on the Flingza last game and being like, oh, wait, I forgot how good that special is. Maybe we should try running it ourselves. Or maybe this is something they've got planned. Hard to say. Let's see what they're able to do with it. Scar and the Stamper, you keep thinking gray. Yeah, I kept getting that wrong. Okay. So lots of LDE, lots of special charge. This is just we're gonna outpaint them kind of comp. And then Kiver's still playing to kill people. Volty's still playing to kill people. Let's see if they manage to do that. This is a really dangerous map to play against like a Carbon on. You need to paint very defensively. So it may be that Starburst is just doubling down on defensive play and saying, we're not going anywhere until we know exactly where the heck that Carbon deco is. So we're going to have missiles so we can spot that out through the walls and send people in with that knowledge. To be able to hit slowly over the top of ledges so we never have to contest it on its own playing field. Yeah, look at that. They knew where the Carbon was the entire time. In the meantime, AR is able to trade someone back someplace. Let me squint at the map real quick. So Volty's coming up over here. What in the world? Is that Kiver out there? Wait, hold on. Okay, so Bagel goes down as Scar. Look at where Scar is on the map, okay? This is not the Carbon deco. This is Scar. And this is Bagel, who was not anticipating going down there at all. If the opposing team doesn't want to engage until they have their special, then maybe you just take all the space they give you and go in. Maybe that's the idea there. So, it looks like Scar is just determined to be a rat right now. But meantime, Bran is just going to go in and win the fight against Gray. And then Biscuit's there to trade Kiver back. So Starburst will take control of the zone here, despite that they have Scar in their walls. And now they're backing up to deal with that. Biscuit's going to look forward, but... And Volty jumps into it. They're playing both sides. And this is a really smart idea on specifically Zone's Flounder. Playing both sides of the zone, because the enemy team is going to want to get you all in front of them so that they can use the high ground and look down at you. But if you're able to slip by somehow, now some of them have to look backwards, and you're fighting a two-front war. Because it's so disadvantageous to spawn back in on Flounder, working from the enemy team's spawn can actually work. So they're going to try and pinch in, I guess, from two different directions. They've got Scar and Volty in there. Volty is just... Volty, fighting against the highest paint weapon in the game, is having a lot of trouble finding a line that they can swim in from. Meanwhile, Scar and Bagel are fighting... How does that go back there? They're kind of fighting on opposite ends of the enemy rail. Meanwhile, Starburst does get one on the Alliance Rogues ramp there. So that is the Neo Splash, which I believe is Gray going down. But then Ice wins the 1v1 against Volty because Volty has no paint. Ice trying to threaten here against Scar. Decides to back up. Let's see what's going on the other side of the map meantime. So meantime, there's one member of Starburst fighting against one member of Alliance Rogue on Alliance Rogue's ramp. And they get in a little deep, and Alliance Rogue is able to collapse on that in a 2v1. So they win one. Wait, do I have that backwards? Wait, green is AR. So one goes down on the other end. So Kiver went down against Bran, and then Bran's going to get traded back, is what happened there. So that's a 1-for-1. But then, was it Ice who beat... What is going on? You know what? I'm actually getting the replay code out for this one. This is too much. The other map modes, it was fine. I can't see. Let's switch this up real quick. Okay, so this is Zones Game 2. Okay, and it's... I'm ready. 2 MRE. 2 pan. And SDY4. Thank you, Kiver. Why is it listed as a Carbon Deco game when it's Kiver's? That's weird. Anyway. Guess it's because it's the first one in the list. Okay. So we're only in the first 45 seconds. Let's just watch this from overhead. Okay. So Scar just immediately dives and goes after Bagel before the tri-strikes can even come out. Gets one. I think the disconnect here is that Kiver is a little bit behind. Gray is looking to the left, and Volty's furthest forward. So the machines can kind of just walk Volty down because they have more range. I think if Kiver's there with Volty, they probably are able to fight this, but Kiver's getting special. So it's like the mismatch of a really aggressive play from Scar combined with a passive play from Kiver. And Starburst knows that they're spread kind of thin and they go in. Bran does manage to get Gray there, and so Biscuit is able to get in there and trade Kiver, and that's a fight win. So good job to Bran winning the 1v1 there. So now Ice and Bagel are going to try and pinch Scar and get them out of here while Biscuit holds forward, but Volti's there now. Ice sniffs that out. I feel like if Volti likes this position, I think, which is why they try to keep playing it, but Scar's taking a fight on Bagel instead. So they make this kind of like a two isolated 1v1s instead of coordinating. And that doesn't work out for them. So it's going to force Ice forward a little bit, and Scar's going to try and get a pick off of that. Meantime, Bran and Biscuit have the front side that they're trying to lock down. But, like, notice how annoying it is when Alliance Rogue does this for Starburst to keep the zones capped. All they did was chuck a Booyah Bomb at the zone, but now look how far Biscuit had to run back to the zone just to deal with that one problem. What that does now is that Gray and Volti can collapse on Bran. Scar might want to jump out of there at some point. I don't know. I don't know his life. Okay. They end up winning one fight on one side and losing one fight on the other. So far, Starburst has managed to keep up their perimeter. And knowing now that there's no one behind them, they can just get everybody in front. Volti's looking for a way in. You can see kind of fishing around there for some kind of spot. Strikes come out. That's going to move a few people. Doesn't... It moves Starburst back far enough away from the enemy zone that now they're able to neutralize, and that's a pretty good outcome for that special. Booyah goes out. There's nobody to follow up with that Booyah or those strikes. Nobody's anywhere near in position for that. It looks like maybe they're just using them to try and paint and try and recap. I feel like that was a waste of resources. I don't think they got anything out of that. Oof. So now, knowing that there are no specials left, AR just kind of walks forward and takes the zone. Bran's trying to do the same thing Scar was, but Volti's right behind. Gray supports this. Oh, they do get the trade. What's happening on the bottom side in the meantime? I feel like I'm having to look at two different things at once. So some strikes go out that split Starburst a little bit. Bagel and Ice are forced back, and Biscuit's stuck on the bottom right, where Scar gets them. Scar just diving in now. They get a trade for it. And Volti goes down. It feels a little bit Starburst favored. It feels like they played that particular scrap a little bit better. Ooh, and there's two down. They should be able to rush forward and get the zone. They really need to get the zone quickly, though. Nice. And then Volti is going to collapse on Bran, get one back, and then run away. So now it's 3v3. Oh, great Zuka. Catches one, and so now Starburst is on the back foot. Scar just dives in for a trade, which is probably a good idea, because that's going to push Starburst back and keep the status quo, which is that AR had a numbers advantage. They don't get anything off of it, though. AR is just really... They have not been able to get control of Starburst's zone all game. Starburst has just had that on lock. AR has never touched it. They get it right there, and then it's right back. At least they got one for it, but they need something that's going to help them get ahead. Look at what happened to that crab tank. My god. Kiver just did not get anything out of that. And this might be why Starburst isn't running it here. Look at this. That's not... What? That's not it. There we go. This one. Missiles, tri-strikes. It doesn't have an angle to hit anything from. It just gets shredded immediately. And the thing is, all those strikes and booyahs and stuff were being thrown at the zone, too. Like, that's the place where Starburst wanted to throw them anyway. So, there's, like, nowhere to put the crab where it's not just going to get bombarded immediately. And all Starburst really has to do is hold this side zone for some length of time. They've got a significant lead. They don't even really care that much about that penalty. Feels like they're just protecting that back zone. Like, they're not even pushing that far onto the enemy ramp right now. They're not playing super aggressive. They're playing for control. It's maybe a little bit risky, because they still do have 2 minutes left in the game. And if one thing does go wrong, it could fall apart there. But for now, you know, their comp is based on control. Their comp is based on having a lot of missiles and having the sloshing machines to get in the way of things. And so far, they're playing it successfully. And they still have that back zone. It finally goes down. Oh, and Ice isn't there to actually claim it back. This might actually go in AR's favor now. Yeah, that was a little bit of a stagger there. With Bran out of the way, not able to help Ice, yeah, most of they're going to get is a trade there. And now this is scary. Now Starburst needs a way back in. Booyah incoming. Oh, someone gets bombed on their jump. That's such a big problem. Starburst is all the way back. No high ground. They've got missiles to go in with, but they need someone who's going to go in. And between 2 machines and a Neo Splash, I don't know if they have that. The machine is going to need to pop off. Okay, get one zone neutral. The Booyah goes off on the other zone. Bran is about to be sharked by Volty. No, they get the pick there. So Starburst does eventually reclaim control. It was very close, though. I want to look at that a little bit closer, maybe. That is a terrible angle that I'm not going to use ever again. So missiles go out from Ice. Gray and Volty are both seen, so they back up. Scar is not seen, so Scar moves forward and tries to harass so that Starburst gets over their ramp slower. This is kind of trying to slow them down to give AR more time to regroup, because Gray's in position, Scar's in position, Volty is close to position, Kiver's not. They don't want to take a full-scale fight yet. The Booyah Bomb keeps Kiver and Gray out of the fight, and now they collapse on Scar and Volty. With the strikes, keeping Volty stuck. I don't know, Scar, it looks like, was just kind of running away there. And in the meantime, they're able to secure the zone, so... yeah, good use of the specials there to space the enemy team out and make it so that they could create numbers advantages for themselves. Scar gets Ice, and Volty jumps in and might get someone else. It's going to be a trade. So 2v2. Starburst is fine with this. Kiver's in there trying to make a Sharky play on... oh, it looks like Bagel either catches that. We can look at that. It looks like Bagel either catches that or Ice comes in and adds a little bit of DPS to it as well. So what direction is Bagel here? I think... no, Bagel doesn't see. Oh, someone else must have called it out, because Bagel just goes from, like, not seeing it to looking straight away. Volty goes... oh, Volty gets 2. This is huge. They need to cap the zone really quick, and Bran is being a huge pain in the butt on that side zone. If they can hold for 6 seconds, they might still have it. They get that zone capped. They get this zone capped with 1 second left. That's so huge. Oh my god. Bran needs to die right now for Alliance Rogue to have a shot. But they're able to finish up their fights just in time to get to the far zone. Strikes go out. They just need to get Bagel. Volty, Sharks... Gray goes in and paints, and then Volty tries to go in and force Bagel out after they go after Gray. So good awareness on Volty to know that Bagel would go after Gray. And now Kiver really needs to get Bran. Oh, the Zuka's going to help. Wow. That was way too close. So, what goes wrong for Starburst here? Because they used their specials, they retook, they got the cap, they got Kiver, so now what happens? Volty gets the double from just underneath. Yeah, people weren't watching that, I guess. And so with 2 down, it's all going to fall apart from there. Bagel and Bran just trying to keep paint on the zones for just long enough, but I think it comes literally down to the last second. Yeah, it's at 1 second. So they weren't quite able to hold on long enough. And now AR still has to hold for a good 20-something seconds. So they're going to have to fight again. Strike's coming out a little bit earlier there, possibly just to scout out. What this does do is it gets Volty in on the right. And Kiver's also pushing in on the left with the crab tank. Oh, a biscuit going down is probably GG. That was a smart play from Kiver. They literally don't have time to physically get to the zone. They're trying to throw things at the zone to paint it. To stall for long enough. But Volty is guarding the way, and they can't get there in time. Man. That was all Volty. That was just... Volty found one good shark. Got the picks they needed. Just barely managed as a team to control the zones from there. And that brings us to Game 9. Did we like that better from the replay code rather than from the VOD from before? Wait, which did we prefer? If it's the replay code, I'm going to play zoomed out for a lot more often. So you're going to see fewer of the individual plays, but you will also hear sound. Replay was better? All right. I've got a vote for replay both in YouTube and in Twitch chat. Another vote for replay. All right. That's what we'll do. R4JV. QWKM. 10-1 says it's soup. Well, you'd be wrong. Those are not the odds. Five 11Q. Gotta watch Volty's plays? Okay. Maybe we'll go back and check out... Let's go and check out that shark that won the game. I think Volty deserves at least that. Rice and beans. Black beans and pinto beans. Combination. Okay, here we go. This is the play. So get up here. Get up on the wall. Boom, boom. Man, this isn't parkour they're having to do to get around. There's a third. Oh my god. So they basically got a quad, is what happened. And they're gonna get, I think, 2 more here. Oh my goodness. Just on the outer edge there. Oh, they don't actually get any of them. It's other people doing the damage. Even so, yeah. Sometimes Volty just gets a quad. And when that happens, it's way harder for Starburst to push back in. That's not the first game in this set where all of a sudden Volty just got a quad and it turned the game around. All right, here it is. Last one. So Starburst is setting up in... They're pretty spread out, but this is about how you'd expect. You've got the Flingza that's just painting for missiles. You've got Biscuit and Bran taking left stack, and then Bagel poking around to see if there's an option on right. It's pretty orthodox. Same kind of deal with Gray and Volty. They're taking that position so that they can help each other on left stack if they want to. With Scar threatening the top right. So it's a little bit different where they're putting their members, mostly because of the comps. And then Kiver's painting for a special over on the right. Crab is already going out from the far right, so they're shooting over the far right side. That doesn't feel like it stops Starburst from just running it the rest of AR. Volty and Gray just get run down. Scar is way too separated out. Like, I feel like what was the call here? Like, what were AR trying to do? I guess Scar just, like, saw a potential pick on Bran over here, and Kiver was trying to help with it. And then Bran was like, hey, so I see Volty right there. They look tasty. And Biscuit's flanking in the meantime. That is a very strong start for Starburst. Just too much separation there from AR. They're looking in too many different directions. Volty and Gray can't get into the fight that's being taken on the right. And Bran actually survives that fight for a long enough time that they make a problem of themselves. So then in the meantime, right side's exposed. Biscuit and Bagel are able to get in and do good work there. And now this is a really difficult retake for AR. None of the splashes have specials yet, though, for Starburst. If they had a crab tank, I think it would be a lot harder to push in. But they just don't... Oh, no, and they lost all of Bran's special charge right there in that Zuka. They don't have anything to hold with. They're just going to have to back up. Strikes are all that they really need to get in here. Scar gets one on the right and is trying to dive Bran. If they can get this, that's huge. They go down. Kiver does have the crab, and it might get Bagel in the crossfire here when Bran goes to try and trade. So that's a 2 for 2. Or no, wait, was that a 3 for 1? Do I have that backwards? Kiver was almost looking for a counter crab, but wasn't close enough. Yeah, like, neither of the Starburst splashes actually went for a crab early. So if he's going for a counter crab, like, he's not seeing the crab go out before he pops his. So I don't know what the thinking is there. Bagel had a crab way prior to Kiver. Really? Did I miss that? Oh, there is a crab right there. I just didn't see it because it got shredded by the tri-strike. But also, Kiver's, like, popping this crab on the complete opposite end of the map. Like, there's no way that this crab counters Bagels. It can only attack people on the opposite side from where the crab is. And everyone's pushing in from Starburst in line with Bagel's crab. So yeah, like, AR put all of their force over on the right, and I guess expected to meet more resistance. But then Starburst just did the same thing and pushed in and won. Yeah, so I think Starburst here really needed some kind of special to be able to hold. And they just didn't find one. So Zuka comes out and pops Brand, and now they have nothing to respond with. So it's just a question of, like, getting a Booyah Bomb off in their faces and running away. The crab does finally come in. I don't know if they're going to be able to hold zone with it, though. Ice goes down. That's big from Scar on the right. So we've got a bunch of separate fights happening here. There's one on the left in the corridor there. So I guess Bagel... Yeah, Bagel's popping crab here, and Volty's trying to slink around left and get something from there. Oh, Biscuit sees Volty coming and is trying to cut him off. And does succeed. Scar and Ice trade. Gray and Brand go in. Bagel is kept from being able to support that because of Kiver's crab tank. And they trade. So Starburst is just able to come out on top of that. Oh, Kiver's sneaking around in this paint trail, though, that was made earlier by Volty. If Bagel doesn't see that, okay, he just gets out of there. And Volty's there to support. Oh, no, he doesn't get out of there. Good catch from Starburst. Again, though, they're on the back side of the zone. I don't like this. I want them further forward. I know that they're scared of the carbon, but, like, they're just letting AR walk back into mid the whole time. I feel like they could be taking more of a stranglehold on the game if they get a little bit further up. They have to check their corners, obviously, but... Okay, Special's coming out, largely just maintaining the zone here. And all of these seconds that go by without the zone flipping are points for Starburst, so they're happy to maintain at this point. And they're using a crab to keep enemy painters away. Kiver and Gray, the two best painting weapons, are pretty far away from the zone and can't actually do much to it. Volty gets in and gets Bran, and... Okay, so the flank from Biscuit goes off at the same time that Volty goes for a flank on Starburst, and there's nobody to support those plays. So Lance Rogue just get a couple here. So, like, we've got a bunch of strikes. And the strikes have always been Volty's way in. And Volty uses that way in to get on top of Brand's crab tank. Takes that out. And Ice isn't even able to trade it back. And in the meantime, what happens to Biscuit? Biscuit's just trying to, like, shark forward, I guess? This is a really aggressive play, but Scar just has the angle. Bagel's in trouble. They should be able to get Bagel. Oh, Bagel manages to trade. Okay. Scar, it looked like, was looking at a different target. If Scar had just looked at Bagel sooner, they would have gotten them. Which might be a call-out thing. I don't know. But okay, AR in position. How well can they hold? Starburst had a decent hold. They weren't able to get quite as far forward. They never, like... were able to win a fight and then have specials to fight the next one before they got forced back behind the zone. So Strike's going to a couple of places to slow the enemy team down. Maybe get some vision there. Kiver's getting missiled. Has to back away from the zone. Everyone has to back away from the zone. Booyah goes out there as well, and that gives the frontliners of Starburst time to get in and recap. So that's a really good plan there that Starburst had for a retake. They just layered their specials, you know, especially since they were able to bait out the tri-strikes kind of early, because the tri-strikes bought maybe a couple seconds, maybe, but as soon as they were down, there was nothing to stop when the whole team gets missiled and a Booyah Bomb gets put on the back of the zone. And that gave the front line all the time that they needed to get in. Good sandwich between Bran and Biscuit. Good play by Ice to get Volty. Kiver's able to win against Bagel here, but it's just them in a crab tank. Hopefully, for Starburst, they're going to be able to get this here. Kiver's stalling for a long time. Bran's actually getting forced out. Kiver gets the pick finally, but AR is already in. Okay, but they're... Starburst still generally able to win that. Let's back up for a second and watch that one more time. Starburst generally moving left to right. And they just kind of get caught up in this fight against Kiver, because Bran's probably like, I need help, I need help, I need help. And meanwhile, Scar comes in from the left-hand side to get behind Bran and forces Bran out. So now it's just Biscuit in there. Bran is finally able to get Kiver, and so it ends up working out. But that was definitely scarier than they wanted it to be. Gray probably not going to tempt fate trying to go for the cap just yet. Knowing Ice is over there and has longer range, they probably can't really go for it. They're just trying to paint for strikes, it looks like. I feel like they probably, if they had like a V-Splash, they probably could have like thrown a Burst Bomb over the top and poked Ice away and been able to get access to the zone to flip it there. I don't know. It seems like I'm seeing a lot of Gray not being able to get involved in fights for one reason or another. Like, there's bomb plus paint, then bomb plus paint. They're playing NZAP, basically. But the special they're getting from it is a Tri-Strike and not armor. Playing a Splatoon 2 NZAP, that is. I see NZAP so infrequently in Splatoon 3 that I just figure, yeah, when I say NZAP, they know I mean Splatoon 2. That was the place where people played that weapon. It's not entirely true, but... Okay, so that fight on top eventually resolves itself with Biscuit and Volty going down, Kiver going down, Scar going down, Starburst, full control. Only player left is Gray. They're not going to chase Gray. They're going to try and set up this play where they have a crab up on the stack. But again, they don't have the special ready. Oh no, they have a crab on the bottom side. Let's force them out that way. Wait. Why are there two people dead? When did that happen? Did they just die to strikes? What happened there? So, strike. They both just died to strikes. That's crazy. Raw strikes. They had their own paint on the ground, and they just fell into the strikes and died. Oh my god. If they lose the game because of that, that's so tragic. Like, that should never happen. That shouldn't happen even at my level. Okay, they're able to pick Volty. They might still have a way out. Strikes go out. We're doing okay. The missiles are going out. We should be able to cap zone easily from there. Yeah. And Starburst recovered. And they actually also get Volty, so they've got the stagger continued. They chase Scar out, and now they can just run everyone forward on the right and clear out Kiver and Gray. Well played, well played. Great recovery from that mistake. Strikes come out. Bran's a little isolated there, but it should be okay. Never mind. Not with the Booyah Bomb also cutting Ice off from being able to help. Volty trades. This is a 3v2 situation for AR with it, and they've got a crab tank out. So they're going to be able to move up. Now, are they going to have specials for the retake? Ooh, they get Biscuit on the way out. So, out comes strikes. There's not even really anybody there, so those aren't going to get a lot of value. They're going to slow Bagel down a little bit, I guess. Bagel decides to crab from here. Missiles go out. Booyah goes out. That's 3 specials that they're using for this retake. They really need to get onto the zone and put the paint down, or this could go badly really quickly. They catch Volty. They catch another. They should be able to get this before it flips. And they do. Oh man, wait. How did... AR gets back from this? They get Bagel back in return. Yeah, I could see this happening. They have, like, one more chance. Kiver's pushing in on the right. Scares Ice away. Booyah goes out. Strikes go out to try and shred the Booyah, but it doesn't get there in time. Volty is going after Biscuit, though, using the strikes, again, as a smokescreen. And they do get Biscuit there. So now they're one down. And this is really scary. They probably want to wait for Biscuit to come back. Oh my god, they need to survive these Zuka shots. Oh, that's tense. Double crab hopped immediately. They get one with that. Volty gets one. Volty's still in there. Volty's on top of Ice. They're focusing on the zone, but Volty got too many. And they aren't able to cap it in time. Wow. Right at the end, Volty does it again. Gets two right when the team needs him to. Oh, man. I have to think, though, if those tri-strikes don't just get the randomest 2 picks you've ever seen, I feel like Starburst wins that game. Like, middle of their own ink, but Biscuit drops off a ledge and so isn't going to hit the ground and land in time to swim. I couldn't see if that was what happened to Ice too, or if Ice just got caught because the roller has a really slow swing time or something. Oh my goodness. So definitely a very close one, but like having that, you know, explosive source of slaying from Volty feels like it was a difference maker for Alliance Rogue here. Like, it feels like they're finding ways to get that weapon in. And I think, like, the Tri-Strike is actually something that's helping them do that. They could probably accomplish the same thing with the Booyah Bomb, but having the Tri-Strike, at least, is putting something in a place where Volty wants to move in and giving them the ability to shark further forward. I think, you know, you watch the VODs back as Starburst and you go, okay, if Volty's on the team, every time someone puts out one of those zoning specials, fire into it, you know, pre-fire that location and try to tag that player as they're running through. Just don't let them get that close to you, because that started a lot of plays that Alliance Rogue was able to succeed with. Get a lot more strikes than Booyahs. Yeah, I mean, there isn't anything that farms Booyah super fast. So maybe that's the plan. Just try to enable Volty more often. I could see that being a use case. That makes some sense. Hearing the whooshing from the tri-strikes from this camera angle. Yeah, it's kind of fun. So yeah, like, I feel like this is probably the best patch to be like a Tetra main or a Wiper main. Because a lot of the weapons that the top teams are leaning towards don't quite have that same kind of pushing power. They don't have the equivalent of a Splatoon 2 T-Tech that's just going to run at you and try to kill you. Here. There's what that looks like. So you can see what Gray was doing here, right? That, that's insane. Okay, look at the paint. Look at the paint on Gray. I don't even care about the strikes. Look at the paint. Oh boy. Like, Ice is straight up special farming here, and he's not even anywhere close. So, that would explain why it didn't feel like Gray was a factor in as many of the fights, because he was off painting for special. Let's see what the last one was here. Okay, show me the... Thank you. Yeah, Gray's doing very similar things there. So, they're devoting a lot to try and activate Volti, it looks like. And maybe that's the idea here. That, like, it wasn't just that they had a carbon deco. It was that they were devoting resources to making it so that their most aggressive weapon could play aggressively. Like, when Starburst was launching specials at the zone at the end, it felt kind of like they were just trying to get the enemy team to back up a little bit, rather than they were trying to create room for their frontliners to push into. So maybe that's a slight, like, qualification of the pattern that I'm generally seeing. There were 39 strikes that were thrown by that splash in that game. Oh my god. That's funny. So, and I imagine, you know, Volti might be one of the ones who's kind of promoting that idea. Making it so that, like, letting everybody know, here's how you activate me in this game. And coming to them with that prepared. I could definitely see that being the case. Like, hey, if you've got X, Y, or Z, that can help me get in. Well. Congratulations to Alliance Rogue. It was very close, and I'm sure that Starburst won't let that be the end of it. But any win off of Starburst is a huge deal in the Western scene. It has not happened in a very long time. For those of you who want to go and check this out on your own, I'm going to put a YouTube link in the chats. And even if you would prefer to watch via replay code, the replay codes are all in the description of that match there. So if you want to just watch it in real time, I've heard that some of the casting calls were really exciting. So you can definitely go and check those out and hear what the InkTV cast had to say about it at the time. So is Carbon going up in the tier list? We'll see, we'll see. So that is going to be it for me for now. I'm going to have to go and probably get a video produced at some point here. But thank you all for watching. And I am going to go on Twitch, at least, and send you off on a raid. And I'll put the link that we're raiding to in the YouTube chat as well. Oh, hey, would you look at that? InkTV Splat is playing the InkTV Resurgence League. Nightmare versus Zero Deaths. Let's go over there and see some more of what we've been watching, shall we? So this is going to be TV Splat. There it is for a YouTube audience if you want to follow along here. Thanks for watching. I am Jim. I have links that I'm not sure if the command is actually going to work because I'm typing them directly into the chats instead of into Restream. So we'll leave that out for now. But I do a whole bunch of stuff, content creation for the Splatoon community. Go check some of that out. And we'll see you at the latest. We might not have a Silly Comp Sunday this week. It might be like a Misguided Comp Monday or something because I'm going to be doing analysts stuff. But whatever. We're going to raid now. Bye, everyone!